Thank you, Chairman Bowman. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this opportunity just to come back together, Father, and all the things that's transpired this week, and Father, and things that are to transpire. We ask for your blessings over each and every person that's here today, Father, the committee, and those who are in the gallery, Father, and those throughout the convention, Father, in the name of Jesus. You said that it's for Christ, that it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. And Father, we are a people of freedom, Father, in every aspect of our lives, Father, to do your will, Father, and do your bidding. And we thank you for it. Father, we thank you that we're trying to build a great house called America. And Father, you said take wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in order to build any house. And Father, that's our heart's desire. Thank you, Father, for all that's going to be going on today, that we'll have more done than said, Father, at the end of this meeting. And Father, that we're free to speak and free to expression. We pray that we do everything that we do decently and in order. We thank you, we bless you, Father, and we ask for blessing over America, and we ask for your blessing over the great state of Texas. It's in Jesus' name we pray. And all who agree with that prayer, say it. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Scott. So much.
All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. All right, so as our first item of business, we have to make sure that we have the same committee. And I think we may have, I know we have at least one membership change. We're welcoming a new member from Senate District 23. But as I'm going to go Senate District by Senate District, and as I do, please say your name and then hand the Sergeant at Arms your certificate of election. So with that, Senate District 1. Senate District 2, Senate District 2, Senate District 3, Senate District 4, and he's having to go all over the place. Senate District 5, Michael Salvo. We need two people to do this. Oh, thank you. Senate District 6, Senate District 7, Senate District 7, Senate District 8, Oh, you were reelected, right? Oh, congratulations. Yeah. Senate District 9, Senate District 10, Senate District 10, Senate District 10. All right, Senate District 11. Senate District 12. This open seating is causing problems. Senate District 13. Senate District 14.
Jeff Frazier.
Senate District 15. Senate District 16. Senate District 17. Senate District 18.
Brian.
Senate District 19. Senate District 20. Senate District 21. Senate District 22. Senate District 22. Senate District 23. Senate District 23. Okay. We have our member here from Senate District 23. Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, so she's coming back. 24? 25? District 25? 26? 27? 27? Senate District 27. All right. 28? 29, 30, and 31. All right. And I believe except for the 3 we still don't know, that is every committee member reelected. So congratulations, everybody. All right, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and take my seat. We are going to start public testimony. So before we go into our list, I would like to invite Senator Mays Middleton to come and address the committee. And just as a quick rule note, speaker. So as I said in the email I sent out, is there any objection to limiting speakers to 1 minute with 2 questions of 1 minute answers each? And actually, you'll come over here to speak. Seeing no objection, that'll be our limitation. So, Senator Middleton, welcome.
Thank you to all the hardworking patriots here in this room. This is an issue that I started fighting on my first day in office. It's actually the very first bill that I file every single session, and that is the ban on taxpayer-funded lobbying. And what I've seen, and this is something that I keep seeing over and over and over and over, is the things that we believe in as conservatives, our own tax dollars are being used to lobby against them. So, for example, last session, HB 4, which became SB 4, the strongest anti-illegal immigration law in the country, taxpayer-funded lobbyists were against it. HB 20, that was on the ballot. The Texas Border Force, 91% of Republican primary voters want to see that happen. Taxpayer-funded lobbyists were against it. Election integrity, one of our top priorities. Taxpayer-funded lobbyists are against that too. I had a bill on citizenship verification for our voter rolls. They were against that, and you got to maybe draw some connections here. Look, they're against border security and they're against citizenship verification, right? That's not good. You think about school choice too, so that was one of the first issues that drew my attention to it as well. I am tired of watching this happen in committee where you're there for a bill because you believe in it. You're sacrificing your time. You're sacrificing your treasure to be there. No one's paying you to be there. You're there because you believe in it in your heart with your convictions. And you're for school choice, say as a parent, and you testify for a bill, give me this choice, give me this chance. Let me choose the school for my child with money following the child. And then right after that is a taxpayer-funded lobbyist to testify against you who's paid with your own tax dollars. It's wrong. So look, if you don't like Bud Light or Target, you don't have to buy their products. But if you don't like what taxpayer-funded lobbyists are saying with your own money, quit paying your property taxes, and what happens? They come take your property, right? It's forced speech, and this is why this has to be a top #1 priority of our Legislative Priorities Committee, because at the end of the day, when liberty is getting put to the sword, the taxpayer-funded lobbyists are holding the sword. So this is an obstacle to everything we want to see happen for our state and our 10th Amendment rights, frankly, as states' rights, where we're fixing what the federal government is not doing, like border security is a great example. That is why taxpayer-funded lobbying has to end. It is unethical. It is using your own tax dollars to lobby against you. It is forced speech, and we have to end this practice in the state of Texas and ban taxpayer-funded lobbying next legislative session. So please support it when you're voting. Please make sure it's in some of your top priorities. I think the top 8 are the ones that end up being legislative priorities. And that is incredibly important because it sends a message to all the legislators, some of which can get weak-kneed over issues like this, as we know, right? That we're taking a strong stand here, and we expect you to deliver and not just support conservative policies, but make sure those conservative policies see their way into law in Texas and pass the legislature in both chambers and are signed by the governor. So God bless you, and God bless Texas.
All right. It's working? All right. It doesn't sound like, is it really working? Okay. Yeah, it really isn't loud. Is that better? All right, so as we work through public testimony, ignore me on there. That was a test entry. But first up will be Rebecca Hardy, then Susan Lamb, then Mary Lowe, then Mary Ann Jackson. So if you see your name in order on here, can you please, like if you're in the first 10 or so, can you please line up in order in these chairs, and then you will come to this podium to testify. So if there's no objection from the committee, I would like to keep public testimony open until 7:45 p.m. Is there any objection? Seeing none, that will fix the time for testimony, and then we'll go into committee business. So with that, Rebecca Hardy, you're first up. Up here.
Up here.
Okay. Rebecca Hardy, SDC 9, Texans for Vaccine Choice and its thousands of supporters throughout the state, including many delegates in attendance this year, are enormously grateful that the LP committee has opted to include an iteration of medical liberty under Let Texas Run Texas. Respectfully, I would like to propose language that provides clearer objectives. While the federal government certainly poses a threat to vaccine choice, the reality is that for far too long, our state government has sanctioned and subsidized medical tyranny. We must immediately address the most urgent issues that face Texans, such as the college student who must submit to an annual flu shot in order to complete their degree program, or the pediatric patient being denied a life-saving implant or transplant because their parent declined the COVID vaccine. Yes, these adverse actions are still 100% legal in the great state, and that is unacceptable. Please support changing the priorities language to reflect these areas of need. I have emailed the proposed amended language to the chair and appreciate your consideration of making the medical freedom priority far more practical and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. And are there any questions? All right, hearing none, please see the secretary. Next is Susan Lamb. Okay, if Susan Lamb is not here, Mary Lowe.
Thank you. In regards to a plank, it was amended in Health and Human Services. Originally, it was 171. The number over the night moved up to 121. And there is language there that is very significant because the EMF from, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to me. So are y'all able to see the language that was added? Because on the link that you all sent out, the language was not there. And so I went to platform and they have the language. So I guess I need to find out that whether or not y'all can see the language that was added so that I'm not talking to you.
The language that was added where?
Last night it was plank 171, and overnight they readjusted, and so it's now plank 121.
Yes, the temporary platform committee reports are on the website along with the legislative report.
Okay, the temporary platform report omitted the language that was added, and the new language adds any government agency in care of children under 10 years of age must limit time to 30 minutes every 6 hours of screen time or one-to-one devices or VR headsets, and children 14 and up be limited to 2 hours a day. This is very significant. I think I had to spend some of my time. Would you let me complete this?
Complete the sentence.
I believe that this makes this health and human service just as important as vaccinations. We have millions of children. We have 3.1 million children in government agencies that are on devices that are under 10 years old. And the data is staggering. You all have been given a link to the medical data that shows what it's doing. We're paying for it in mental health issues. Because we're paying for the mental health problems that we're causing. So we must address this and make it a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions?
Point of interest, all right, point of information, does she recognize that this is the legislative priorities versus the platform committee?
I can't, the chair is not advised. Please.
Yes, I recognize
your
where
time,
I am.
Your time is expired. Please. Sorry, we have to keep this moving so that we can hear from more people. Next is Mary Ann Jackson.
Hi, I'm from Senate District 7, and I wanted to just continue with the conversation. Former first grade, second grade, third grade teacher, always taught in Texas. And what I wanted just to bring up is what she was talking about. Yesterday, I spoke, and someone asked me what would be the way to fix the schools that most of our children will still be in if you pass any kind of voucher program or whatever. So I want to just reiterate that we'd like to add to the priorities this plank that she was talking about that is in the mental health, because we know young children, right now the bill 1605 was passed, and children will be on their computers. Little elementary children are going to be a minimum of 4 hours in their school day. So one-on-one devices, we know these devices are also, we're against all the pornography in the books. Well, the pornography is on the Chromebooks. Think about all the stuff that the kids run across when they're in their classrooms. We know I'm in the Harris County around Klein, Cy-Fair, Houston ISD schools, and it's amazing what little children are being subjected to on their laptops, Chromebooks. So we know that medical evidence proves that children are experiencing mental health issues, anxiety, addictions. We also know all the stress that they are exposed to. So I just want you to consider that adding this to the priorities.
Yes, and we have a question from Dan Tully and a question from Teresa. Microphone.
Turned off.
Let's see if that works. All right. My question to you is, how in the world would this ever be enforced? And how could you write legislative language to enforce it?
About their getting off of their devices when they're in kindergarten and things like that? Yeah. Right, we have books and other ways of teaching, so, I mean, we've spent a fortune on, after COVID, on all these technology devices, and every 2 or 3 years, they revamp them.
How do you make the child only do it for a certain period of time per day in their own home?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if we're forcing the 4 hours in the school day, we know when they go home, they're going to have all these other, their parents may let them play games and do all that. So here we are legislating that 4 hours a day, they're going to be on it, plus whatever they do when they go home.
All right, Teresa Thomas.
What would be the answer to having a screen-free school, screen-free classrooms? We know Bill Gates didn't allow his children to be taught on screens.
Yes. That's what we're looking for.
All right, and that concludes question and answer. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next will be Judge William Wallace speaking on judicial accountability.
Good evening. My name is William Wallace. I'm here to stand in support of an initiative that you have seen requesting more priority within the Republican Party for judicial accountability. Let me explain why this is important. We have, something like 900 courts of record in the state of Texas. The quality of your judiciary is at stake. There are a great many judges who do their very level best. They throw their heads into the books, they learn what they can, they rule based on the rule of law, the facts that are brought before them, and that's it. There are those that do not. There are two areas in which you investigate the accuracy of a judge. One is by appellate review. I want to tell you right now, that's expensive. The second is the Commission on Judicial Conduct. Their purview is two separate areas. One is, did the court get it wrong? That's the appellate review. The State Commission on Judicial Conduct is about, did the judge do something wrong? I will tell you right now, the State Commission on Judicial Conduct is unfunded, understaffed, and there are priorities when they see that come before them that they do not have the opportunity or resources to investigate. I'll give you one example. A judge in Dallas County that ran for re-election while her bar license was suspended. Not eligible to hold the office, let alone run for it again. Their investigation concluded that was the fact. They did nothing. Let me rephrase. They issued a public reprimand. She should probably have been removed from office. That was not done. If a judge gets something wrong in the court, not by misbehaving, thank you, then they are subject to an appellate review. We refer to it as somebody grading your paper, right? How do they do that? A lawyer has to prepare a brief, put it in front of an appellate court. The appellate court has to read it. If you want to make arguments, they have to give you the right to come in and make an argument. That's expensive. There is a thing called access to justice, and that there are people with legitimate appeals that just can't afford them, and that needs to be funded in a different way. The bottom line is these are not the only two remedies available to the legislature, but if they will form a commission or a committee and take a look at it and take witnesses and look at this objectively, we can raise the core competency level of the judiciary in this state remarkably. We can do it relatively quickly. I'll take any questions that the time will allow me to take. Go ahead.
Spencer.
So last night we had discussion on if it should just be courts of record or if it should be all courts that were included in the judicial accountability. What is your thoughts on that?
My only experience is in courts of record. And I will tell you, courts of record are courts that convict on felonies, that divide family fortunes and children, that take companies and funds from people. They're brought there to that venue for that to occur. So I would tell you the priority, in my opinion, is courts of record. Is it possible that we're getting things wrong and not courts of record, JPs or municipal courts? Yes, sure, it's absolutely possible. But I'm asking you to take the biggest, most impactful bite into this you can, and that's going to be those where judges have the greatest opportunity to get it right, or if they get it wrong, tragically to get it wrong. Okay? Thank you very much. Any other quick questions? Yes, sir. No. Okay, the question was, am I suggesting that a legislative panel should be empowered to remove jurists? No. And the reason is that would be an impermissible cross of the branches of government. Okay? What I'm saying is the State Commission on Judicial Conduct can, in horrible cases, remove that judge, right? And they don't have the time, the funding, or the personnel to get to the bottom of the actions where that might actually be the right remedy. Okay? But when literally we elect our judges for reasons. So overturning an election for any reason at all, which is what removing a judge from office would be, needs to be a very high priority issue. It's got to be proven almost in a court of law, beyond reasonable doubt. So give them the authority, give them the funding, let them do the investigation, and let's make sure we hold our judiciary to a high standard. I will tell you, I'm up at 9 and 10, 11 o'clock at night, making sure I get an opinion right. I better get it right. So, and there's one other thing that you should keep in mind. Once a judge is elected, they literally, in a daily basis, they don't report to a boss, and they don't have anyone that tell them that they're wrong. And that therefore the onus on them to get it right is incredible. And so let's make them all get it right. Okay? Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. And Judge, could you please come this way so that your testimony can be registered? All right, sorry, the limit is 2 questions per speaker. Do you have a motion?
I'm wanting to make a motion.
State. Yes.
Right now, the last speaker used 2.5 minutes. We're supposed to be limiting people to 1 minute and then 2 questions. I would like to make a motion. If the person speaking uses more than a minute, they no longer are allowed to have questions asked. Okay. So we need to get this thing moving.
Yeah. Is there any objection to doing that? Hearing none, that is the rule. Next is Debbie Lindstrom.
I'm from SD 30. I want to thank you for prioritizing elections reforms, and I would like to ask you to add 2 items to your permanent report in election reforms. One is to remove all existing Secretary of State waivers that contradict existing law in the Texas Election Code. In the past, the Secretary of State's office has issued at least 29 waivers that circumvent or negate current existing law. The Secretary of State does not have the authority to create laws as a member of the executive branch. The second thing is to that voters and vote total numbers must match from the precinct or the polling place to the county to the state before certifying an election. An example, in November of 2022, there was a discrepancy between the state official number and the county vote roll count of 17,145. The state somehow has more votes than the counties. Why don't these numbers match? If we don't fix elections, nothing else will matter. And I'll take questions.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And next we have Todd Lindstrom.
Todd Lindstrom, SD 30. I'm the data lead for Texas data for an organization called United Sovereign Americans. I've personally analyzed the Texas voter roll data for 2022, 23, and 24. And I can give you some good news. We are not as bad as New York, and we're not as bad as Illinois, but we're in bad shape. The bottom line is that our election offices and our Secretary of State is not taking voter roll maintenance seriously. So I'm asking if you would please consider changing line number 2 from the election blank to be a quarterly update rather than an annual update. The voter roll is stage 1 in the election process, and if you start with dirty rolls, you're going to end up with a dirty election. I will take questions if you wish.
All right, are there any questions? Debbie Duke.
If it was still annual, but there was a day like 30 days in advance, is there something that you would pick out that would help us rather than just it being an open annual time? Does that make sense?
Yes. There's a lot of pieces to it. There's felons, there's people that have died, and all of this data would come in perhaps at different times. And so if you wait to annual, you're going to be overloaded with the amount of things, and it just ends up that it doesn't get done. And so there might be language that could be that, and the legislature is going to ultimately bring out these details, but there might be language where it's spread out over the year, but having it all annual is just rife for it being ignored.
All right, are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Next we have Levi Rudder.
I'm Levi Rudder from Senate District 28. I'm proposing adding language or a bullet to the Let Texas Run Texas. It would say, assert the fact that Congress has failed to gain the consent of the people by properly proposing an amendment to the states. Only after an amendment is ratified by 3/4 of the states may the federal government legally exercise authority over currently unenumerated powers, but not before then. I've have this sent to the chairman, and the language is very critical for actually adding teeth to the Let Texas Run Texas. You wouldn't put out 90% of a grass fire and just defend your rights the same way. This requires the Attorney General and the legislators to protect your rights 100%. Any questions?
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming to the committee. Next is Michael Prilleman.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Prilleman, Senate District 5. Today I'm here before you to ask, do you know what time it is? One of your committee members mentioned something to the effect that the world is on fire, so I think you are pretty much aware. That is undoubtedly why you have collectively agreed that financial freedom is worthy of one of your 15 priorities. However, the language of the priority fails to effectively communicate this message in its current form. It is missing text that provides us the most important reason for why we need this right now. Our state needs a proactive plan to head off the coming central banking digital currency. For those here that do not know, the programmability of this planned cryptocurrency in tandem with centralized control is the only tool the Fed has to rein in inflation and allow them the wiggle room to continue printing money endlessly. The spirit of Winston Churchill of never letting a good crisis go to waste. It also allows non-elected centralized powers, including outside organizations like the World Economic Forum, to control each of us by continuously monitoring our behaviors and telling our money what it can and cannot be. Oh, okay. Well, I need to wrap up. I've got language that I have sent that effectively keeps your language intact, that actually tells us why we need to have this priority passed, and it also references House Joint Resolution 146.
All right, thank you. And yeah, per our rules, since time was exceeded, there are no questions. Next speaker is Gilda. It just says Gilda.
Yeah, I know. My name is Gilda Bygone, and I'm so happy to see I've entered the ranks of Sharon Prince up there with a one name. I'm a precinct chair from Houston. My precinct's 178. And I am here representing my constituents and a lot of Republicans that are not at this convention. I'm begging you to take abortion off the plank because it's the one issue Democrats are winning with. Every time we talk about abortion, they love it. They are raising funds on it. They're motivating their voters for it. We have got legislation, some of the most strict legislation in the country now. Why are we still pushing for this? And I see all of you back there. I want you to know, I'm not pushing to make abortion legal. We're pushing to win the election because if we don't, we're worried about what the heck is going to happen to this country.
All right, Spencer.
Ma'am, back here. So yesterday I asked you a question, and apparently I wasn't clear enough. So let me rephrase it this way. Abortion is not illegal in the state of Texas because abortion pills are still happening. So my question is to you, how many children are you willing to let die to win an election?
That's not a question.
Okay, then
That's a
you don't
statement.
get an answer. Are there any further questions? All right, seeing none, please.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Julie Dahlberg, she has a question.
Gilda, is it on? Gilda, are you advised about the biggest reason why formerly Democrat voters, especially in South Texas, switched to being conservative and voting Republican because of the pro-life issue? Are you advised of that?
It's my understanding that the biggest reason they're switching is illegal immigration. And it's my understanding that every other poll, the Pew poll, every other major poll shows this is our biggest losing issue and the only winning issue for Democrats.
So
and that's
is
my
that a
point.
no?
We want to win. We're with all of you. We want to win this election because we're afraid the country will not survive 4 more years of that empty suit and his Marxists up in Washington.
All right, thank you for your time. And next is Carla Gant.
Hi, I'm Carla Gant, and I'm a precinct chair from Collin County. And I'm a grassroots mama, and I've been in this fight to protect our kids. And my request is to remove 101 school choice from our priorities and put it back into our planks. One of our biggest concerns is what sexualization of our kids, right? So let's move that one up. School choice is only going to be able to, with vouchers, really benefit about 3% of our kids, and then we're just inviting government into our schools, into our private schools and our home schools. You know, we fought so long to protect these kids, and now we're just going to bring the Trojan horse and bring school choice into the one area that we can get our kids out of government schools. So.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Daniel Bain. Daniel Bain. Okay, next is Patrick Huff.
Good afternoon. Dr. Patrick Huff, Senate District 7. I too, like Ms. Gant, I am asking that we have 101 school choice stricken from the priorities. I'm not going to talk with you about the money following the child. We've heard that over and over again, the pros and the cons. I want to talk to you about a national security threat that we have with school choice. If we allow this to go forward, then we're playing right into the globalist hands. The UNESCO has put out their decree that they will have in their item 4, quality education. They mean quality education for every child. They cannot afford to have a child out there in private school that is not getting the social emotional learning training. Employers are looking for their future employees to be trained in their social emotional skills. Currently, only the public schools are getting that training. We have got to reverse course. We've got to change our thinking on this and realize that we're marching right into the beast. This is going to be a social emotional train wreck playing right into the ESGs for the corporations that will end up in a social credit score. Mark my word.
All right, are there any questions? Brady Gray.
So is it your position that school choice is actually a Democrat psyop? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, far from it. It's a Republican psyop, if anything.
All right, are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Next, we will call up Corey Bing. Sir, please go to the secretary to have your testimony logged. Corey.
All right. Hello, my name is Corey Bing, SD4. I'd like to remind the committee that affirming our belief in God, this is the preamble to our RPT platform, affirming our belief in God. And then it quotes the Declaration of Independence. We still hold these truths to be self-evident, so forth and so on. I'll tell you this. There's a reformer and theologian named John Calvin that said when God wants to judge a nation, he'll give them wicked rulers. And I can't think of any other more clear definition of that than some of the leadership that we have in our country. And for the last 5 decades, we've told women that it's perfectly okay to murder their children. I would say that if we want to turn around and get into a position where God will bless our country and God will bless Texas, we need to understand and follow his law. Psalm 1 says, "How blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stand in the path of sinners, nor sit in the seat of scoffers, but his delight is in the law of the Lord." Proverbs 24 says, "Rescue those who are being taken away to death. Hold back those who are stumbling to the slaughter." If you say, "Behold, we did not know this," does he not know the hearts that perceive it? Sorry. Thank you, and may God bless Texas.
All right, and are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for coming, and please check with the secretary. Next is Susan Lamb.
Hi, my name is Susan Lamb. I'm from SD 27. I was here yesterday telling you how important it is from the perspective of someone who was abused from age 5 to 12, sexually molested, that the repercussions of allowing pedophiles into our school districts through a system that has no check is absolutely atrocious in my estimation. I implore you to once again continue to keep the Inspector General position that we are fighting for within the parameters of the school education and repealing school immunity, because we need someone to be able to police these people so that they don't harm children anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your time. Next, we have Mike Pope.
Thank you. We just heard testimony a few speakers ago that we should keep the murder of unborn children legal in Texas to win elections. That is shameful and embarrassing. We should stand bold. Our party is falling apart because we refuse to be bold and stand firm for what God has commanded us to do. I commend you. Do what is right before God. Protect the fatherless children. Establish justice. All we ask for is you to give unborn children the same rights you have. I commend you. Make us the #1 priority. As long as innocent blood is being shed in Texas, we will continue to lose at the polls. I guarantee it to you. God will not bless unfaithfulness.
All right. Any questions? All right. Thank you for coming. All right. Next is Nate Smith.
Thank you. I respectfully ask that this committee not behave like what we see out of Austin often. And please listen to your constituents and your delegates. 33 county SD conventions passed a call for a Texas independence referendum as a legislative priority. That is the most out of any county SD conventions. The platform committee listened. They not only put 2 planks back in, but their plank 199 in the temporary report says this should be a legislative priority. Please listen to your fellow committeemen. How many people in this room support Texas? Look behind you. We're not fringe. 139,000 Republican Texas primary voters signed a petition asking to put this on the ballot, and it was denied by this party. Please correct that wrong. Please respect the will of your Republican primary voters, and look at the language we're about to submit to you to amend one of the ones you've put countless hours in on. I appreciate your time, I appreciate your effort, and I hope you respect ours as well.
All right. Are there any questions? All right. Rick Briscoe. Hey, question. Rick.
Why is what you propose not treason?
Because there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that prohibits a state from leaving the Union, and the Texas Constitutional Article 1, Section 1 and 2 both say that the perpetuity of the Union depends upon the right of local self-government unimpaired to all the states, and Texans have at all times the inalienable right to alter, reform, or abolish our government in such manner we think expedient.
All right, any further questions?
Did you take the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Okay, you were not recognized for another question. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time, and we'll now move on to Paul Roby.
Thank you. My name is Paul Roby from SD2. I'm also here to talk about Let Texas Run Texas and the Texas Independence Referendum Act. I don't think everyone understands what we're asking for, because we're not asking for, when we say we're asking for a vote for Texas independence, we're not asking for a vote to leave tomorrow. All we're asking for, what the Referendum Act says, is that if it passes, a committee would be formed to explore how Texas would become independent. That report would be sent to the next Texas legislature. It'd be up to them to what they did with it. There's nothing scary about it. I don't understand how you could be scared about exploring something, because all it does is look into, is it possible? How would it happen? What would be the plan? And it then pass that to the people. Would they like it or not? It gives us, opportunity to protect ourselves from all the federal overreach that we're having today, that everyone is talking about. So what we propose is to change the language of Texas Run Texas to resist all unconstitutional federal acts and mandates, including those that restrict transportation, mandatory kill switches in vehicles, road diets, and restrict on the owner's rights to repair vehicles and equipment. Ensure that Texans have medical freedom and are able to give and withhold consent for any vaccine or medical treatment without coercion. Give Texans a choice.
All right, sir, you're over time.
Okay.
And that concludes your testimony. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next is Lynn Davenport.
Hello again, Lynn Davenport, SD16 Precinct Chair and Delegate. I'm back to say I believe we need to take number 8, school, or what are y'all calling it? Educational freedom, semantics. Drop it to the bottom. If you look at the ballot propositions that we voted on in 2022, 90% of the voters supported the deceptive semantics that was written in the proposition because it didn't give the full story. But in 2024, Proposition 11, the same language pretty much, there was a drop, a 10% drop in support, so 77%. So those of us who know that the governor's directive is the school choice bills will have strings. He's not going to sign one that doesn't have strings. I was here the last 2 days to define the strings for you, and we know that yesterday, Carrie Cheshire in resolutions, they took the no strings language out, y'all. There's an agenda at play. They know it's unconstitutional if they say no strings, because the governor won't sign something without strings because it has to have strings in order to make it constitutional because of Article 7, which we discussed the other day when I was here. Okay, so this is an agenda. Dr. Huff talked about it. We have to look at the bigger
You
picture.
reached your time limit.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Josh Jaros.
Josh Shear, Senate District 4, speaking on equal parenting. On May 16, 2004, a little boy was born in Fargo, North Dakota. Shortly thereafter, his parents separated. From that point on, his contact with his father was, and I quote, limited and inconsistent. If this is all you knew, you would think nothing of this child growing up without a father. But 8 days after his 18th birthday, Salvador Ramos entered Robb Elementary and proceeded to shoot and murder indiscriminately. Fathers matter. There's a lot going on in Texas every session with mental health. Since Greg Abbott has been in office, we have spent $25 billion on mental health. We don't have a mental health problem, we have a fatherless problem. Fathers matter. Mays Middleton has filed a bill consistently. He's going to do it again this year. $25 billion is a lot of money. The Texas legislature has reported the cost to implement equal parenting at $0. That's why this is a Republican priority that we need to move forward.
All right. Next up to speak, and we're breaking the order a little bit, but he's extremely busy and needs a little bit of time, is our Secretary for the Republican Party of Texas, Virgil Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is pretty easy. It's one submission, but I'll do it officially. Pursuant to Republican Party of Texas Rule 32B, as permanent convention secretary, I am causing automatically and without debate the following resolution to be referred to this committee on behalf of the delegate who submitted it. It was submitted not later than 30 minutes prior to the first meeting of the permanent committees. And here's the submission. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. And if you're wondering what it is an amendment to Let Texas Run Texas. So we've got it. Next to speak is Lori Brunig.
Hi, my name is Lori Brunig, and I am SD3. And I wanted to begin by letting you all know how much I appreciate you. I have sat in this room, and I have watched you guys work hours on end, day on end, and I truly appreciate it. And you've done good work and hard work, and I appreciate that. I am asking for an amendment to one of the proposals, which is the Let Texas Run Texas. And we are asking for this language at the very last sentence. Simply add, give Texans a choice to end all federal overreach by holding a non-binding referendum on Texas independence that results in a joint committee to study and make recommendations regarding Texas returning to its status as an independent nation. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Next will be Christina Harhoff.
So all issues were not equal in the Bible. God reserved the harshest of penalties to reflect the more serious crimes and issues like murder. So I'm urging you to align your priorities with God's thoughts. For example, abolishing property tax is important, but the life and limbs of our babies is far more important than our money. For 51 years, we've been saying abortion is murder, and we can't do anything about it, we've said, because of Roe. And now we've had the overturn of Roe, and we have a really good shot of getting an equal protection bill passed and actually being the first state to abolish abortion. Let's not grow desensitized to the fact that abortion is murder, and God forbids it. On behalf of the babies dying right now during this committee meeting, I am asking you to bump up that abolish abortion priority to exactly where it needs to be, the #1 responsibility of our legislature.
All right, Spencer Brolsma.
So I'll ask the same question that I did earlier, and I have a feeling that you'll be able to answer it. How many babies are you willing to let die to win an election?
0. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, next to speak, I'm going to call a couple of names that are on here but haven't testified yet. Daniel Boehm, are you here? Still don't see him. Deborah Boehm. All right, next is Jeffrey Morgan. Are you here? Jay Dickens. All right.
Hi, my name is Jay Dickens, District 28. I'm a federal drug agent, cares a great deal about public health. And I just want to make sure you noted that was the acting District Judge Wallace that came up here and talked a while ago. That's how much he cares about judicial accountability. I'm just going to read you a few cases. These people have no plan A. Most guys in the room have a plan A and B for their lives. These guys have no plan A unless a judge gives it to them. When a judge messes up, they're toast. Protected persons funds approved to pay for, application to restore a protected person to full capacity filed in 2010 but never heard. We have application for successor guardian pending for 3 years while protected person is homeless, lives in her car. One more. Co-guardians have not visited protected person in 31 years. Can you imagine a judge letting a ward of the state that you and I are responsible for sit in a facility and not make sure the guardians are visiting them for 31 years? It's ridiculous. We need judicial reform. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you. Next to speak, Michelle Bouchard. Michelle Bouchard. Cordelia Harwood Ewing.
Hi, Cordelia Ewing, SD 15, Precinct Chair 330 in Harris County, and Health Insurance Advisor licensed in 26 states. Strike the divisive abortion language and keep the adoption proposal and replace abortion with Republicans are pro-birth and committed to helping Texas women who are pregnant find insurance solutions for birth and delivery complications. Currently, already, pregnant women who do not have insurance in the state of Texas cannot get into Obamacare, which is only open to them January 1 through February 15th. On private plans, it is a pre-existing condition. And then I'm left with the terrible task of telling people, the women who call me and very excited about being pregnant, the crushing news that they can't get insurance, but they can try to negotiate for a $6,000 to $8,000 birth plan with an OB-GYN, if they can get that. I don't tell them, because they're already sad, that if they have to have anesthesia, that's going to be $10,000 to $20,000 without an insurance contracted amount, and up to $100,000 if they are in the hospital for a month for pre-existing conditions, and even $1 million for NICU.
That's time.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. Next to speak.
Any questions?
Well, per our rules, because you went over time,
then
there's
why
no
didn't I
time
get
for
to
questions.
Then why didn't I get to finish? Because you went over time.
You're over time. All right. Next is Eric Coulter.
Hi, Eric Coulter, SD9, first-time delegate. So as one of about 80,000 military service members who chose not to receive the COVID vaccine, I'm acutely aware of the amount of coercion the federal government is willing to bring to bear to ensure compliance with medical tyranny and really any of their priorities. My experience highlighted that it's imperative that the state government protects Texans' freedoms, especially related to medical choice, and I think also related to debanking and financial freedom. So both of those have made their way on the platforms. But legislation in the last session did away with most of the COVID-related mandated issues for the purpose of employment, but hospitals still can deny patients, including children, life-saving transplants if they lack a vaccine. And additionally, medical students are still required to submit annual flu shots in order to complete their degree programs. As you can see, legislation passed in 2023 has not fully given Texans full control of what they put in their bodies. In the same light, I believe this committee has an opportunity to strengthen protections against debanking, which could go a long ways towards ensuring financial freedom for all Texans. We've seen international governments take action against individuals they deem extremists, and U.S. and international institutions take actions against both organizations and people. And I've submitted proposed language to Dan Tully with that, and I would ask that you guys would consider that.
All right. And per, I know Dan wants to ask a question, but per our rule, I think you went far enough over time that you probably can't. But anyway, please talk to our secretary. Next is Tracy Haynes.
Hi, I'm Tracy Haynes, SD 18. I'm a mom of 3. I'm 51 years old. My 3 children were in public school close to about 20 years. School choice should not be on the legislative priorities. It's dividing us, and most importantly, the people of Texas do not want more government, which is exactly what this is. It's not conservative. It's an expansion of government into the homeschools and privates. It's government overreach from a government that causes a crisis to usher in their cure, and we see this over and over again. How about we get to the root of this intentional crisis by our government? Disband the TEA and abolish the Department of Education. Return education to our local government. We must stop growing government and legislating our way out of this. And I would also like to ask the committee, I appreciate your hard work. I'd like to ask you to please add the language of 121 regarding less tech for Texas littles. That's very important to remove our children and get them off the devices. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Next is Josh Posey.
Josh Posey, SD 18, rural Waller County. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my wife, my children, and countless other families here in our state. We have a child in public school. We also have many more in homeschool. My wife was a public educator and is now a homeschool coach, helping other families try to navigate our education system. We speak to families regularly who are trying and desperate to afford an option that they frankly can't afford. Thank you for hearing us, for listening and putting us in the top 15, but I implore you to move school choice, education freedom to #1. And I ask you to let the RPT, the legislature, our families all win this session. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, and see our secretary. Next is Justin Stanford.
My name is Justin Stanford, SD 21. I would encourage the committee members to put abolish abortion at the #1, because this is an issue that we stand before God on, and this is a hill we should die on. Thank you.
All right. And please come this way so that you can check in with our secretary. Dr. John Seago. Anthony Lodi, then John Seago.
Anthony Lodi, SD 8. So I'm going to testify on behalf of abolishing abortion in Texas. This must be #1. And when we kill children in the great state of Texas, how can God bless us? Why is our borders open? Why is God allowing invasions to happen? Is it because we're allowing the destruction of our children in Texas? Don't be deceived. A mother can kill her child up to the moment of birth with no penalty in current Texas law. That's where we stand. Thousands of pills are ordered every year, and mothers kill their children at home in the comfort of their own homes every year. This must be the number one priority because it is a number one priority for God. Because what you see in Scripture is that God cares for the fatherless, He cares for the widow, He cares for those who cannot care for themselves. He has a special heart for those who are oppressed. So we must have this as number one because it is number one on God's priority. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And if there are no questions, please check in with our secretary. Next is Dr. John Sego.
Thank you, committee. Thank you for all of your work. We appreciate y'all voting last night to put abolish abortion and promote adoption as number 7. That is critical because our biggest enemy is not the group that spoke to you earlier to strike this language. Our biggest enemy is apathy. Our biggest enemy as Republicans is not the pro-abortion Republicans that you've been hearing from, but the apathetic Republicans. So please set a good example for our delegates and put this number 1. We've been talking all week about how the enemy is escalating their attack on life, mailing abortion pills. Our delegates out there, the 10,000 delegates out there, have not heard that. They don't know that that Texas is not abortion-free and that the enemy is targeting red states with abortion pills. So please help us educate them by moving the abolish abortion number, moving that priority up to number 1. We have to set a good example for other red states. They're not positioned like we are. Our friends in Oklahoma are scared to death of a constitutional amendment. Our friends in Louisiana are fighting exceptions. We can do better than that. Thank you all.
Thank you. And please check in with our secretary. Next, we have Jennifer Lundy.
Jennifer Lundy, Executive Director of Texans for Judicial Accountability. Thank you for letting me speak again. We are presently at the number 9 priority, hallelujah. I haven't even mentioned that a judge literally shocked a defendant in court in Tarrant County. It was in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He was voted out in March because he had received one of the few public reprimands that allowed people to know, but he was voted out and not dismissed. I pray as all of these priorities go in front of a judge and we need transparency and accountability in our courts, that you will seriously consider it in your vote tomorrow. Please vote for judicial accountability. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And please check in with our, are there any questions? All right, please check in with our secretary. Next is Bradley Pierce.
Thank you, committee. Thank you for your hard work here. There's some that want to abandon babies to make it easier to win elections. I want to remind us that what this committee already knows, but for a lot of other people don't know, don't remember, how this party got started. This party started to abolish slavery. This is the party that stands up for the oppressed. This is the party that's the voice for the voiceless. And as long as I have anything to do with it, and I think almost everybody here has anything to do with it, that's what this party's always going to be. And we're going to fight for that, and we're willing to die for that. We're going to cross a line in the sand, and we're going to say we are never giving up our children. We are never giving up babies just to try to make it easier to win elections. So we don't need to take this out of the priorities. This needs to be number 1.
All right, thank you. And are there any questions? Seeing none, please check in with our secretary. Next is Wes Thomas.
Thank you, committee. I appreciate all of your hard work this week. It's been a long week. First, I'd like everyone here, I would ask everyone here, spread the word. As has been said, people don't know this. I've had many conversations. They think abortion is abolished. It is not. Second, I'd recommend that we remove the section on adoption from the abolish abortion priority. It is important. Adoption is important. But I don't believe it belongs in this priority. Third, I think you should make this your first priority. If we fail to protect the weakest among us out of fear of winning elections, listen to Proverbs 24. If you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. Rescue those who are being taken away to death. Hold back those who are stumbling to the slaughter. If you say, behold, we did not know this, does he who weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who keeps watch over your soul know it? Will he not repay man according to his work? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have 2 questions, one from Jeff Frazier and then one from Christy Ratliff.
There's been a lot of talk, sorry, can you hear me? Okay. There's been a lot of talk today about what God's priorities are. I assume that you're, from your speech, that you're a Christian?
Yes, sir.
As a born-again Christian, can you and I agree that adoption is a really important thing in God's priorities?
Yes, we as a Christian.
As an adopted child
we are
of
adopted.
God?
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely,
thank you.
it is.
That's
It
all.
absolutely is, correct.
All right, Chris Urala.
I'd like you to explain why you think it should come out.
I think this, I think it takes off the focus. I think people need to know that that abortion is still happening, and talking about adoption in this priority, it takes the focus off this. I think it's something that if we call that pro-life and we go to our legislature and we say, guys, this is our priority and this is what we want you to do, and then they go and do something like reform adoption, which we want them to do, and then they say, guys, look, I fulfilled the RPT's abolition priority. What are we going to say to that? So by removing it, what we're saying is, no, the priority is equal protection, get rid of the pills. That's the priority. By making it adoption 2, you are confusing it and you are giving them an out.
I'd just like to comment.
Okay, that would be out of order. Thank you for your time. And next is Ginger Russell.
Hello, I'm Ginger Russell from SD7. I have been involved in educational issues across the state for over a decade, and school choice is not the solution to the problem we have found the condition in our public schools in. There's not one Texas legislature that I know that has actually worked to help school reform and to get our kids back to a good classical education. In the pranks right now, y'all say all Texas parents and guardians should have the right to select schools. Well, I don't know when government gave us our rights. It comes from God. That's who. So if you've done your homework, you ought to know that UNESCO and the World Economic Forum, Bill Gates, Jeb Bush, and other globalists are behind the school choice agenda. Senator Crichton, my senator, stood up at the Tea Party recently and said he's for universal school choice, and I wanted to go ask him, are you also for universal income and health care as well? The socialists have already pulled in on the health care. This is nothing more than another redistribution of wealth plan. Am I through?
That's your time. All right. Next is Matthew McCormick. No questions. Matthew McCormick. Okay, I don't see Matthew McCormick. Calvin Russell.
Hi, Calvin Russell at SD7. I'm here to talk against the school choice, and there's so many things wrong with it. Number one, what Lynn Davenport already pointed out, the strings are attached to it. There's no way the government's going to fund a school choice without assessments, without accountability, without looking into your homes. The last guy here said, I'll not give up my child for that. Well, I don't think we should give up our children for this. Can you just imagine the amount of people that will just take their kids out of school just to get the money? It's not about trying to help their child. The problems with transportation of people that do want to take school choice money and put them in a private school or go to a different school, how are we going to get them there? This is not the answer to our problem. The answer to our problem is to get back, like Ginger said, to classical education, put discipline back in the school, start teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, and stop the social emotional learning and get the socialists out of our schools.
So I'll go ahead and ask a question. Why can't we do both? Why can't we have school choice and do all of the things you just said?
Well, if we were doing the things I just said, we wouldn't have such a need for school choice. Our schools wouldn't be failing.
So follow-up question, are we doing the things that you just said?
No, we're not doing the things that we just said. Is there discipline in the school?
Choice, right?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to argue with you.
Okay. Are there any questions? Rick Briscoe.
How many generations of children do we have to imprison in failing schools?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear your question.
How many generations of children do we have to imprison in failing schools before they get a choice?
Well, it's not about it's not about the choice is not going to fix that problem. The problem is going to be fixing the schools that are creating this environment where these children are going to prison.
All right, are there any further questions? All right, hearing none, thank you for your time. Next is Bethany Clark.
Bethany Clark, I'm in Senate District 1, and a mom of 2 that are in public school. We already have choice. It's very clear, plain and simple. You can homeschool, you can private school, or you can send them to public school. You have a choice. The thing that is the problem is too much technology, and we need to go back to classical education. The way they're being taught right now is creating mental health disorders. It is creating health problems, and quite frankly, we just need to throw all of the Chromebooks and iPads in the garbage.
All right, and I don't see any questions, so thank you for your time. And next is Mary Hanley. Mary Hanley. All right, next is Matt DeReuter.
Hello, I'm Matt DeReuter. I'm here from Senate District 17, and I'd like to thank the committee for considering abolishing abortion a legislative priority, and I would just ask that you would rate it, rank it higher. If we can't legislate life, I don't see how it matters as far as legislating other things. If you're a preborn child that's been murdered in the womb, the borders don't matter to you. Elections don't matter to you. So I'm just asking you to consider elevating abolishing abortion to the #1 spot in your priorities. Thank you.
All right, and seeing no questions, we'll move on to our next speaker, Kendra DeRuyter.
Hi, my name is Kendra DeRuyter, and I'm from SD 17, and I'm also here to request that you would put abolishing abortion at the top of the list. If we cannot get life from conception correct, I don't know how we legislate to protect those lives once they're outside the womb and to have a standard to go from. And we're answering to God and His standards. We pray to Him before our meetings, and if we are going to call on Him, then we have a requirement to follow what He says.
All right, and seeing no questions, thank you for your time. Next is Julie Sherman.
Thank you. My name is Julie Sherman from Senate District 18, and I'm here to speak for the abolition of abortion and to ask you to make it a legislative priority. Texas is not an abortion-free state. At least 20,662 babies will continue to be murdered on Texas soil each year because we still deny our preborn neighbors the equal protection of the laws. Without equal protection, babies are not protected from abortion and women are not protected from coercion. Equal protection simply means that the same laws that protect you and I protect unborn children. In our general session this morning, the truth was acknowledged that life begins at conception. Therefore, to make any exception for abortion is to make an exception for murder. And we believe that murdering anyone should be illegal for everyone. I challenge all of us to be persons of courage and not persons of cowardice, to stand on principle rather than surrendering our principles. The day that Texas Republicans become willing to trade the lives of our most innocent and vulnerable for votes is the day that we sign the death certificate for our own party. Esther 4:14 says, if you keep silent at this time, relief and deliverance will rise from another place, but you and your Father's house will perish. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And next is Brooks McKenzie.
My name is Dr. Brooks McKenzie. Some of you all have heard me speak multiple times already, and I apologize for that. And I wanted to first start by thanking all of you for being here. You've had a hell of a job, and I want to thank you for that. And I know that y'all are up against some stuff, and I just wanted to reaffirm that I'm up here speaking for judicial accountability and our families. If we fix the family in a generation or two, we're not going to have to hold those signs up because we're not going to be killing babies. We're not going to have to do those things, but it will take time. And I understand it, and I know it's not popular. And I understand there's probably some people in this room that live off of child support and think it's a horrible idea because all men are abusers. And that's fine. Sit with me, and I will show you the research. And I can, show me yours, and if I'm wrong, I'll stand up here all day and admit I'm wrong. But the problem is I'm not. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm just giving you the research. And the crux of this, we have the judicial stuff, and it's going to affect abortion. Like I said, the first challenge to our abortion law in San Antonio was thrown out by Judge Haas. So a judge will control every, it's not just my, thank you very much, fight the power.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your time. And we'll move on to, yes, Barbara Denson.
Hi, Barbara Denson, SD 17. I went to an Advantage training recently. The gentleman teaching it said, don't ask if they're a Republican. Ask how they feel about the border. Ask how they feel about crime. about inflation. He didn't say, ask how they feel about abortion. Why isn't that? Why don't our politicians bring it up? We all know why. It's because most people aren't on our side. There have been multiple studies recently. We're on the extreme end. Our government is set up to be ruled by the will of the people. And if we don't go with the will of the people, we won't stay in power. It may or may not catch up with us this November, but it's going to catch up with us. And when the Democrats win, we'll have abortion up to 9 months. Our country is deteriorating in front of our eyes. We must save this nation or lose it. We must win or else. We have no borders. Millions of illegals flood our country. They displace our citizens. We give them food, shelter, and medical care that's unavailable to Americans. If and when we lose, that's on you if you continue down this path. Let's focus on our winning issues. Thank you.
Spencer. Question.
Ma'am, same question from earlier. How many babies are you willing to let die to win an election?
Sir,
you.
you're out of order. You're out of order. Please be seated.
Just okay, I got it. Thank you, really, for being confrontational, because that proves my point. We have to stand united. I respect your opinion. And to be fair, I've actually always been pro-life. It's not that. I don't want it to go to 9 months. I'm afraid of what the Democrats are going to do. I totally respect people on the other side. I wish you would do the same to us and not call us names and be confrontational. We're on the same team. We need to get together and not throw stones at each other. And let's win. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, there's one more question. Robert Gray.
Yes, ma'am. So if the Democrats, in your view, are going to make abortion fully legal in all 9 months, then why shouldn't Republicans be equally bold and abolish abortion?
Because most people in our country are in the middle. We've got a little bitty percentage at one end, and those are the Democrats right now that are doing the really extreme things, and they're running their party right now. Just like we've got an extreme end to ours. And that's not where the American people are. The American people in general want things quite moderate. And if we don't pay attention to that, we're going to lose.
All right. Thank you, and please check in with our secretary. All right, next is Faith Bussey. 1 minute.
Okay, I'll make this fast. I'm Faith Bussey. I want to first thank this committee and many of the members on this committee for talking to those of us on the opposite side of school choice. I know it's a very contested hot topic, but I wanted to propose a slight amendment to the language I had in there. I understand that the no strings attached is annoying because we get to hold our legislators' feet to the fire and say, hey, you can't just pass school choice. It has to be a good bill. Has to be good legislation. So at the bottom of the priority, how about you put, while protecting the freedom and autonomy of homeschools and private schools from testing requirements and curriculum alignment. It may not be perfect, but maybe it could be something that we could all agree on, because those are the things that are in the bills that we don't want. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Are there any, Teresa?
I have a question. If, and this is theoretical, I'm just trying to understand, because when my grandchildren were being homeschooled, their mother chose to get the curriculum that had testing. She wanted to know if that curriculum was fit for them. The testing that she chose would tell her if she had selected the correct curriculum. So I have spoken to many, many homeschoolers, many private schoolers. They want a measurement, not for accountability, but to know if their children are receiving the right pathway. What are your thoughts? I'm sorry. What are your thoughts if, and again, because we do need to reach across the aisle, because these are children. Every child deserves to be treasured and to be respected, and their parents deserve to be respected, no matter what side they're on. So I'm asking this question. If, how would you feel about if you wanted to choose your own level of testing? Why should another mother tell another mother what level of testing they have to have. So if, say a bill was written, theoretically, that to get a full amount of money following the child, they chose what type of testing. If another one didn't want testing, they took a smaller amount. What are your feelings on that?
Is there any way that we could have a bill that didn't require any testing? There were a couple bills, I believe the Suits and Canes, and I want to say there was one other that didn't have a testing requirement.
Well, there are some parents that want it.
Sure,
There are.
Could it be optional for them?
That's why I'm trying to reach what would be something that you would be comfortable with.
Okay, I think I'd be comfortable with something that isn't mandated by the taking of the funds. Does that make sense? Okay. Is that it?
Okay, sorry, are there any further questions? So I'll actually ask a question of my own. If that language were added to the priority, would you be okay with it?
Would I be okay with the priority?
Yes. So you would vote for it?
I wouldn't oppose it.
Thank you. Next is Paul Shireman.
Hi, I'm Paul Shireman from Senate District 18, and quite frankly, all I've been hearing since I've been sitting in here is the fear of man, because we're fearing what the Democrats will do. Well, listen to what Proverbs 29:25 says. The fear of man brings a snare, but he who trusts in the Lord will be exalted. You see, we are to act upon, we are to submit ourselves to the fear of the Lord, for it is the beginning of wisdom. And if we are not willing to stand up for the preborn, the unborn, the ones who cannot protect themselves, what are we doing but saying we are fearing man rather than God, the one who can destroy the body and the soul? We are fearing the one who can destroy only our body, and we're giving way to fear. And so I ask that we will heed the godly wisdom found in Proverbs 8, where he says, "Now therefore, O sons, listen to me, for blessed are they who keep my ways. Heed instruction and be wise, and do not neglect it. Blessed is the man who listens to me." We're asking us to be blessed as a state while we're letting unborn babies be murdered here. Watch daily at my gates, waiting at the doorsteps, for he who finds me obtains favor from the Lord. But he who sins against me injures himself. All those who hate me love death. We must put an end to the culture of death.
Right, thank you. Next is Elise Eaton.
Hi, Elise Eaton from SD4. I'm also going to talk about the education freedom priority. I'm going to say that since we have a lot of bullet points in some of the other priorities, maybe we should expand the education freedom to have more bullet points. And I want to ask you a few questions. Number one, choice. When you say choice, that needs to be defined. Parents in Texas already have freedom to choose the child's educational option. So I think that our priority needs to clarify we're actually asking for education subsidies. We added the word all, and is the intent to provide universal subsidies for any type of school, including homeschool? And if you want subsidies to go to homeschoolers, what does that mean? You wanted to protect the freedom and autonomy of private schools and homeschools, and if you're going to give them money, well, how are you going to protect their freedom and their autonomy? Are you going to protect them from testing?
All right. Thank you for your time. And
questions?
Next we have, I don't see any hands raised for questions. Next we have Lori Bolton.
Good evening. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak about financial freedom. I'm listening to everyone talk about their priorities, and I appreciate how much time and energy and effort you've expended these past few days. There's not a single thing on this list that isn't important. I did want to mention, though, that we're talking about financial freedom and freedom from things like central bank digital currency. Our enemies are circling inside and outside our country, and they want to take away your ability to decide what you spend your money on, how you spend it. If you lose the freedom of how to take care of your money, then you've lost everything. You end up in a situation where you're slaves. You're not free. And so I just want to remind the committee that while you're considering all these other things that definitely are very important, to remember that we've got to have the ability to decide how we spend our money. Otherwise, we'll end up in the same situation, kind of like COVID. You'll have. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Next is Mike Carter.
Thank you, committee, for the work you've done and for sorting through all this to get all these priorities up there. I wish I had time today to run through a full economic report, domestic and international threats that I'm seeing, what I'm seeing from Bank of International Settlements, where CBDC really is today. We run a solution action tank where we look at these things and say, all right, how do we plan around those? My business partner has debriefed all the three-letter agencies on economic warfare. We don't come at this from a tinfoil hat perspective. We come at it with real-world solutions. And I'm here today to tell you that financial freedom, transactional gold and silver, I would add that to the language up there, is the key to that happening. I'd also like you to think of it in terms of urgency, because if we don't make it fit these 10 priorities up there, think of it as a force multiplier that can allow you to actually accomplish that. I'm going to try and cut off at a minute so you can have questions if available.
All right. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I just have one question. We had talked earlier about the adding some language about central banking, digital currency stuff, and so the concern of the committee was whether or not that was going to conflate the issue, make it confusing for the delegates. So I just wanted your opinion on that.
I think people understand the threat that's out there. I'm seeing the final language that we do have. Addressing that, it will help address that, I think is important to understand what financial freedom is. And I think if they understand that, you'll see the urgency of this thing run up that list a little higher. Again, this is a force multiplier. You cannot have secure Texas elections if you don't control your money. You can't have border enforcement. Look at every one of those up there. If you don't have control of your money and social credit scores, you will not have a choice. And that's why I say this is a force multiplier for every one of those priorities up there that we want to see happen.
All right, and seeing no further questions, thank you, Mike, for your time.
Thank you.
So we are approaching our time limit for testimony. So what I'm going to propose to the committee is to allow the people who are lined up currently, as long as they've signed up ahead of time, who are on the list, to testify under the same rules. Then after that, we have Cody Vasut, who is a state representative and is willing to answer some questions and testify as well. And then after that, we would close testimony and go into work. So is there any objection to doing that? All right, hearing none, can the Sergeant at Arms please, okay, I think we need, can the Sergeant at Arms please limit the people in line to people who were lined up when I just made that motion? So, all right, because I saw people when they heard me saying people who were lined up started approaching the line. That's cheating. So, but what I will allow is, okay, okay, if you were on the list ahead of some people who were in line, then, okay, well, let's do this. Who was the last person in line when I started talking? All right, what is your name? Lauren Schwartz. Okay, everyone who is ahead of Lauren Schwartz on the list will be able to testify. Is that okay? Well, okay, with the committee. Okay. At some point, we do have to close testimony and get to work because we only have until 10 o'clock. So so you can see the list of individuals on the screen who are able to testify. We'll end with Lauren Schwartz. Then we'll go to the representative, and then we'll go to work. So with that, Mike, we just finished with Mike Carter's testimony. So next is Tammy Brown Rodriguez.
Hi, Tammy Brown Rodriguez, and I know, thank you so much for your hard work, and I know you've seen me up here a lot. I just wanted to clarify our language from on the Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids on the 4th point. Last night, we somehow omitted the language of waive immunity from civil liability for schools and their employees when students are sexually groomed or exploited or abused. So that language was sent over. It should have been adopted. I just wanted to make sure that that gets on the record and that gets adopted, because I know the critical component here, folks, is that if superintendents are not compelled to report crimes of sexual abuse, then our kids are going to continue to be at risk. We must protect Texas's kids. And I know you know that was important because we had that passed unanimously. So I just appreciate to ensure that we get that language specifically adopted.
Brady.
Thank you.
Tammy, our language does say compelling superintendent. So can you just tell me how the language you just mentioned is different than what we have?
Yes, so when we say about waive immunity from civil liability, that is the legal language that is in the law that we wanted that to align with. That was the critical component there.
All right. And with that, seeing no further questions, next is Johanna Duran.
No, Clint Schultz.
Okay, well, Johanna Duran was next on the list. Is she here? Okay, Clint Stutz.
Clint Stutz, SD3. This is going to be about your number 3 proposition up there, axe the school M&O property tax. That should read, in my opinion, axe the property tax. We had ballot language this past primary that read this way. Texas should eliminate all property taxes without increasing Texans' overall tax burden. And that had overwhelming support, 78%. And I mean, every delegate that's here voted on that proposition. So you would have to think that at least 78% of the delegates have voted in favor of this. If you're going to put something in front of the delegates, make it match what we just passed in the primary and make it simple. This is what we're asking for. We're not asking for the M&O property tax to go down. We're asking for all property tax to be eliminated. So please give us what we voted for and axe the tax. Thank you. Any questions?
All right. Jeff.
Is it your position that 60% of budget surpluses should go to buying down the city of Houston's property tax problems and fulfilling their things that the people of Houston voted for?
You've gotten very deep in the weeds, sir.
Yes, I have. It is a very deep in the weeds problem.
Yes.
So
you are not legislators. You are a body that is putting forth legislative priorities for legislators. Please keep that in mind as you deliberate.
Well, we'll ask one a little down the line.
Any more questions?
Was there anyone else? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Johanna Duran again. Okay. Without her, next is Rustin Wright.
Hi, Rustin Wright, SD30. Parent-child relationships are natural, fundamental, unalienable rights, and they should be protected as such. Unfortunately, in family court, they're violated on a daily basis. Everyone agrees that an intact family is what's best for children, but if you don't have that, the next best thing you can get is equal shared parenting. I emailed you all yesterday a lot of the studies that show that. Every single peer-reviewed study that there is says that equal shared parenting is what's best for kids. Child support also needs to be reformed with this. The National Parents Organization did the most extensive study ever on every single state in in the United States. Texas actually ranked dead last of every single one of them, because child support's based on just 1% of one parent's income. Most other states, except for one, have a time.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming and speaking. All right. Next, Fred Costa has yielded his slot to Aaron Green.
My name is Aaron Green, SD4. We talk about parents' choice, parents' rights.
God gives those rights, and if we allow the government to tell us what our rights are, they can take them away. School choice will not fix the problem. The Every Student Succeeds Act passed in 2015, and in that it says all education must align to the same post-secondary industry credentialed readiness standards as laid out by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. That's all education, public, private, everything. So that since there's strings and there's attached to them and accountability, they would have to teach the same common core standards. I spoke with a woman that homeschooled in Alaska, and she informed me that friends accepted the money, and after a time, she had to teach curriculum mandated by the state. The other thing is the money. We're saying it's going to help the poor get out of failing schools. Well, it's not enough money to send them to a private school. And what about the other things that come along with that? Finally, HB 1605 passed.
Right.
I'm done.
Any questions? Brady Ray has a question, and then Janera Lewis.
Yeah. So, quick, are you aware of programs such as ACE, which is in a lot of states that have school choice, that comes alongside those parents to ensure that they do have the money for transportation scholarship program, large scholarship program nationally that allows students that don't have those funds to fulfill the funds and get transportation to schools?
I'm sure they do, but the problem is the curriculum. If you're trying to escape the bad curriculum, doing this is not going to help.
All right, Janera?
Hi. Janera Lewis, SD 27. If we remove the language or made the language so that school choice applied to only children going from one public school to another, would that solve this problem here? Thank you, sir.
I think we need, I don't necessarily think it would. I think the problem is the curriculum. That's the problem, and that's got to change. You've got to go back to what used to work, and that is teaching phonics, grammar, everything else. All this stuff about choice, that's not the problem.
Follow up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your time, and please check in with
Thank
the
you very
secretary.
much.
All right, next is Virginia Young.
Hi, I'm Virginia Young from SD4, and I am here for Let Texans Run Texas. I would like to ask you to please strengthen the medical freedom. We need to see the vaccine mandates overturned, finally. I testify with Senator Bob Hall's bills repeatedly. We're almost there. I had a stroke within 20 minutes of a tetanus shot, and I've been working on this for decades ever since. I received no treatment. It was swept under the rug. I'm the granddaughter of a past president of the Texas Medical Association. I come from a long line of doctors. I'm married to a physician. He's an OB-GYN, and he's pro-life. Did you know when the pandemic happened, men in suits pulled administrators and doctors aside unexpectedly in back rooms and told them how it was going to go? Did you know that the doctors were given letters that stated that the bearer of this letter is allowed to cross county lines? There's much more that we need to discuss. It's about track and trace. It's about so many other things in our healthcare system. It's about follow the money. If you're not working to do things like get us out of the UN and the World Economic Forum and follow the Council on Foreign Relations, the Marxists are here. The question is, are they going to stay? Thank you.
All right. Next is, all right.
Yes.
Question from Janera Lewis.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry. This part about crossing county lines, could you just explain that real quick?
Letters were passed out to physicians before the pandemic that they could cross county lines.
So
in an
you're saying-
emergency shutdown.
Okay, I got
The
you.
shutdown was being set up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up to, sorry.
Yes.
You said we needed to change some wording there. Do you have that turned in to somebody specifically for what you would like it to say?
No, I do not. Just to overturn the mandates.
Okay.
Like to end the mandates. Just simplify, just end it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Gil Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Gil Hernandez from SD20. I'm also a city councilman in Corpus Christi. I had two things I wanted to address. On the sexualized of children, there specifically says schools and libraries. I think it needs to be very specific to say city and county libraries. HB 900 addressed the school ones, but we didn't. But I'm fighting it in my own libraries in the city of Corpus Christi. I need some help from the state legislation. The second one I want to address is the ban on taxpayer-funded legislation. I think that needs to have a caveat that it is cities and counties above 500,000, because we don't get paid as city council members like they do in San Antonio and Austin. So you actually help them continue to lobby because they get paid six-figure salaries, and I get paid $6,000 a year. So I can't be in Austin the entire time. If you create and most cities and counties under 500,000 are conservative. You're hurting conservatives when you don't allow us to have that same opportunity. Thank you.
I see a question from Henry Bonert, and then a question from Jeff Russell.
Yes. Is the thing going? Okay. Do you have your representative's phone number?
You mean Todd Hunter? Yes, I do.
Yes.
Chairman Todd Hunter? Yes, I do.
That's the man that you can talk to be able to get your stuff taken care of.
Let
You
me
don't have to-
address the
Okay,
fallacy in that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, let me address the fallacy in
Okay.
that. There are several thousand bills that are introduced into state legislature. They can't. Our state representative doesn't monitor them all. We have a staff that doesn't monitor them, but a lot of that legislation is done before the actual before you get to committee. I can get there to committee, but by that time it's too late. I need somebody at the actual building, but like I said, they don't pay us to do that. We are a small staff. We have to manage a city. I need somebody there and we don't spend very much. We spend like $100,000 for a year to manage to do a state. We don't spend millions of dollars like Austin or San Antonio. But you're hurting conservative cities and counties when you don't allow us to at least address the legislature. You're not hurting the large cities.
All right, Jeff Russell.
You are aware that many cities in TML are small cities, and TML is one of the worst offenders when it comes to taxpayer-funded lobbying.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
I don't see how that carve-out would help solve that problem.
Okay, TML is not a lot what cities hire to lobby. We hire like a focus group or something like that lobbies for us individually and listens to us. TML doesn't. As a matter of fact, TML is in with a lot of woke companies to address things. So I can't defend my city against woke companies. I'll give you an example. AT&T lobbied the legislature to allow them to put cell towers on city or light poles in front of people's houses. They called and complained to me. I couldn't do a damn thing about it because they had already gotten the state legislature to approve it. So the person complaining about having radiation go into their own house, I couldn't do anything about because it was done at the state.
It sounds like what you're talking about, though, is more...
Okay, this is too much back and forth. Sorry. Thank you for your time, and please check in with our secretary.
Thank you.
Next is Lauren Schwartz.
Lauren Schwartz from SD15. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the last person to speak. I would like to take this opportunity. I think I speak for everyone here when I express sincere gratitude for the hard work and dedication of this committee and the work that you do to ensure that these priorities represent the will of Texas voters. So thank you very much. I would like to propose the following language be added to the Let Texas Run Texas priority. After the medical treatment without coercion sentence, give Texans a choice to end all federal overreach by holding a non-binding referendum on Texas independence that results in a joint committee to conduct a 24-month feasibility study and to make recommendations to the Texas legislature and Texans regarding Texas reassuming its status as an independent nation. Thank you very much for your hard work and consideration.
Jeff Frazier.
I've heard a lot of talk about this issue, and I have one main question for you.
Yes, sir.
The state in this union that does business by referendum is California. It has not worked out well for them. As a Republican convention, and Republicanism being about having representatives handle government and not doing things through direct democracy, why should the Republican Party put as a priority to take a California mechanism and do a direct democracy referendum on this topic?
I would reference that we already have two planks on the, on the platform. It's already part of the Republican Party. The majority of people who support Texas are in the Republican Party. I'm not saying that we become California, but as a representative democracy, as a representative republic, representative is the key operative phrase there. We represent the will of the voters. And notice non-binding referendum. Non-binding referendum. We're asking our legislature to look at the issue. If they come back and say it's absolutely not possible, okay, fair enough. That's all we're asking for. And I understand that it's a scary topic.
All right. Time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right. So thank you to all of the delegates who came to testify. I can announce that non-elected officials, we actually had, and I didn't plan on this, but it's just the number, we had exactly 50 come and testify in the last a little under 2 hours. So thank you so much for coming and for your input to the committee. Our final speaker will be Cody Vasut, a state representative who's actually been here for a lot of our discussions through the week. And so he wanted to speak a little bit to the committee and then also be available for questions. So if there, I'll ask the consent of the committee to allow additional questions for Representative Vasut. Yes. All right, thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a funny inside joke between Scott and I. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I just wanted to say thank you for your work. I've been listening in the whole week. I've been in and out of here with other representatives, and I don't come to you with any particular ask. I just wanted to say thank you, but also I felt that, or some, had some questions that maybe if they wanted to ask a perspective of practicality on things or anything I could answer, I wanted to be available for you before we close out here, and if there's any question I can answer. So.
All right. Rolando. Once your mic works. No.
The question for the record was, what will it take to pass school choice next session? I think something similar to what you saw with HB 1 that came out of the House. But I think that the makeup of the House has shifted dramatically in favor of school choice, and so I think you're going to see a stronger bill that'll come out next session, but I think it'll be along the lines of something similar or building off of HB 1. And yeah.
Okay, after, sorry.
Oh, no, that was it, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Spencer.
So because you've been in the room and you've heard some of the concerns about strings attached, can you please address those, please?
Okay.
So there is there some noise over in that area? Okay. The gallery will come. Yeah.
I think the question was whether to address some of the concerns that have been raised. I think that the language that you all added in the temporary committee that's at the end of that one, I apologize, my phone brought up, I think, on this one was, while protecting the freedom and autonomy of homeschools and private schools, I think that language does it. I mean, what you're trying to, humbly, it seems, what you're trying to is to tell me and my other colleagues in the legislature the general substance of what is important to the grassroots. And I think that conveys that. I think that conveys both the need for school choice and I think meaningful parental empowerment, but as well as protecting our homeschoolers, protecting our fundamental rights to raise our kids, and to have the curriculum of our private schools be totally unaltered and unassailable by the government.
Dan.
My question to you is, and it's going to be it's a timing issue in a way, but I think it'll be on headline news all around the place. If school choice does not make the top 8 as voted by the body of our deal come, Friday or Saturday, what's going to be the ramification between Phelan and Governor Abbott? Because they're on opposite sides of it. It's been a big battle for it. How is that going to play out with the rest of it?
Is the question, would school choice being ranked low, because that's been such a critical issue in the primaries. Provide a last-minute boost to Dade Phelan if it happens?
Or the opposite of it, would it finally change the deal the other direction?
Yeah.
You're sitting behind the scenes with all this stuff, and we're looking for a scorecard so we can do betting.
Here's what I would say. I think that the convention is going to send a message to the legislature about what are the critical issues. And I think that the people of Texas have spoken pretty resoundly as school choice is a critical issue, and I would encourage you to have this as a top priority for that reason.
Rick. Microphone.
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it.
Which means the school goes too short.
Right.
Could you comment on that?
His question was about, in the proposal in past, there had been a provision that said that if a school lost a student, a hold harmless provision, I believe, for about 5 years, that school would be able to retain that money. Again, just like in every type of system that you're in, it's all about getting to 76 votes. I think that there will be a change in dynamics next session about what it takes to get to 76 votes. And I think that we can balance some of the funding needs of our rural districts, perhaps without necessarily that exact type of language. So what I'm telling you is I think that there is going to, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't have something quite as generous as that next session.
All right, Janera.
Yes, sir. Janera Lewis, SD 27. So the frequent and almost constant complaints we hear about school choice is the negative impact on the privacy of homeschoolers
Yes.
and private schools.
Yes.
So my question is this. Right now, homeschoolers and private schools are self-funding.
Yes.
So to engage in those, you must self-fund. So why are we even considering in a school choice ballot or legislation giving money to homeschoolers and private schoolers and holding them to account when they're not self-funding now? Why is this not just about moving from one public school to another if you're unhappy? Thank you.
Close your eyes and think about this. I do not have to close your eyes, but think about this. A young mother in Houston, Texas, single mom, struggling to make ends meet, has a child, maybe in their school, and they're not getting the education that they need. This single mom doesn't have the resources to homeschool their kid. They don't have the financial resources to send their kid to the private school. And what is this kid guilty of? Being born in a certain zip code. That's it. School choice is about giving meaningful choice to parents. And it's about that mother, that she would have an opportunity to have a meaningful choice about sending her kid to a private school or some other option, or maybe another public school. But that flexibility and that choice would belong to her. That's what it's about. And at the same time, respecting the fundamental freedom of individuals to not participate, number one, and to ensure that any program that we have does not provide a basis for regulating those that opt out. That's what about protecting our homeschoolers. That if you don't want to participate, you don't want to take any money, this is not going to be a basis to regulate you. We're going to bar in this in HB 1, there was language conservatives pushed for, including myself, that ensured that we were not going to regulate the curriculum or operation of private schools. And we need to have that so that we have that balance. But it's about that single mom in an urban area.
Erica.
This is one of the major things that I find that's affecting the African American community, which are where our kids are stuck behind zip codes in bad schools. That's a fact. And continually, often just falling way behind in their education. Now, we pastor a church, and there are some homeschoolers that are in our church. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that they did have to deal with was what kind of curriculum that they would give their kids. And some of them are using the K through 12, which is not costing them anything. Mm-hmm. To homeschool their kids. Some of the presenters talked about the curriculum is where the problem is, but if we're still giving our kids, you're homeschooling and they still have to use K through 12, that's the general studies of all of the public schools. What benefit of it? The only thing we've done is just change location.
So the bill HB 1 said that it doesn't regulate curriculum, so you have flexibility. So if they make the choice now to use the same public school curriculum. They've made that choice now, and they want to make that choice in the future, they can, but nothing requires them to. The choice about what you teach your kids is the parents, ultimately. And all this is about is providing meaningful choice to parents, particularly in our urban areas. In my humble opinion, I know that school choice is a statewide issue, but we see this as a particular need in our urban areas. I got widespread support on the more urbanized areas of my district for that very reason. So that's what
I think our last two questions will be Jeff Russell and then Loretta Emmons.
Just kind of a comment. I love what you say when you say meaningful choice, because this to me is the key to it all. You know, in our school district, we basically took a magnet program and we rebranded as schools of choice. Well, the schools of choice are still failing schools. We have one blue ribbon school in our whole district, and there are many, many parents that would like to get their kids into that school, but oh wait, you have to pass an admissions test to get into that school, and oh wait, that school is full of school board members, kids and grandkids, doctors' kids, all these kinds of things. You can't get in there.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have meaningful, even though they've tried to remarket it, we don't really have schools of choice unless you're just talking about trading one failing school for another. So to open up other options, because fortunately we have charters, we have a variety of other things that are still getting some public funding, and if we could open up the funding even more, I think there would be many more options that would be created in our state, because we have innovative people out there that want to give good education to students.
Absolutely. Competition breeds excellence. Absolutely.
All right, I think the last question was Loretta Emmons.
So number one, I participated in some of the drafting of HB1. I was not the bill author. That was Dr. Buckley. My job on the floor of the House, you don't see me that much because I'm up at the front. I argue pretty much all the points of order. I'm responsible for defending that whole list against every point of order that the Democrats raise. That's my job. That's what I do. And so I was primarily ready to defend school choice against points of order. I had read the whole bill, and I tell you as a lawyer, if there's any other lawyers in the room, you read a lot of stuff, right? So I'm not an expert on every single thing because it comes in, then I got to go to the next bill. But to your second issue, what can we do to improve public schools? I think that ultimately if parents are empowered, if they have information, if they have access to curriculum, and they are engaged, it will elevate public school discourse. When parents are engaged in schooling, I think kids succeed in public school. I have so many examples of people that reach out to me about issues in the public school. Teachers will tell me about issues that they face, discipline issues, curriculum issues. When parents are more engaged, I think that solves a lot. Funding is obviously always an issue to make sure our schools are adequately funding, and I know that there's a wide disagreement on what that term means, but it does have a meaning of adequately funding our public schools. And frankly, me, pejoratively, I'd end the STAR test. I would stop, having such a hyper focus on standardized testing, and instead I would measure growth. I'd have smaller tests, measure when a kid comes in at the very beginning, and measure where they end at the end of the year, and as long as they're advancing a grade level or more, we're moving in the right direction. And instead of hyper-focusing on just one narrow, standardized test, we would give flexibility to our schools to really teach our kids the core basics. You've heard so much testimony about conservative education, the classics. Get back to some of the basics. That's what I'd say in a nutshell.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, Representative, and I think that concludes our period for
Thank you guys very much.
All right. So thank you for coming. Okay. So now we will go into the perfecting process on our legislative priorities. So basically, in a technical parliamentary sense, we are starting from square one. However, in a real sense, we have a report already. So I will entertain, before I recognize you, I will entertain a main motion to. And we have to do this just to start somewhere. I move that we adopt the temporary legislative priorities report.
Seconded.
All right, that has been moved and seconded. And so let's get it on the screen. All right. Now, from here on out, what I recommend is that if there are any motions if there are any motions you want to make, we'll go priority by priority. And so it would be in order to replace a priority with a different priority, like with new language. It would also be in order to amend that priority, but I recommend that we go one by one through them, make sure we're happy with the language of each one, and then we can handle the language from there. So is there any objection to dividing the question to consider each priority separately? Hans. Okay, so the question asked was, will we still be able to add a new priority? So the proper motion to make is if you in order to add a new priority, you need to delete a priority. So the proper thing to do would be when we get to the item that you want to replace with a new priority, then that would be the time to make that motion. Ms. Lewis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we ready to move on? I was
Okay,
going to amend the
so-
first one. Yes.
Yeah, so we are now on the Secure Texas Elections priority, and you don't have to make a motion to bring it up. We're just going one by one.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then think of it like platform.
Okay, great. All right. I would like to add a second bullet point, the one after.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And I'll apologize. I did tell Davis Ford that I would recognize him
All right.
first, so I'll go ahead and do that.
I just
then
thought
come
it'd
back
be
to
a
you.
good idea to have a 10-minute break here.
So we have until 10 p.m. to finish. So if you need to take a quick break, then you can, and come right back as quick as you can. I don't know that we have time for a 10-minute break, because 10-minute breaks become 15 or 20-minute breaks sometimes. So with that being said, I think we need to just power through it. I'm sorry. Ms. Lewis.
Yes, sir. Could we please insert a bullet point after the first bullet point?
Do you have language?
Yes, sir. Require a mandatory photo ID for every election. And I would like to speak to it.
Okay. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Spencer Brolsma. Please speak to it.
Right. Most people believe we have a photo ID requirement right now because the big shiny poster tells us we do. But if you read the fine print at the bottom, you may vote with your paycheck, your voter registration card, and a utility bill, and it absolutely may not be challenged. And none of those votes are provisional. And the ballot that you put in there will go in with everyone else's, and you do not have to cure that. And by law, the poll worker may not challenge you. So if I bring up a utility bill or paycheck that says Steve Smith on it, you may not challenge my identity. Thank you.
All right. Would the body object, and I'll recognize Mr. Briscoe in a sec, would the body object to changing this language slightly to say end any alternatives or stop allowing alternatives to mandatory photo IDs to be used?
Well, right now they're not mandatory. So we're not ending alternatives to mandatory photo IDs.
Okay. I'll go to Rick Briscoe and then
Okay.
to Hans. Hans.
Would the proper language be remove the use of declaration of impediment? That's how they get around the photo.
Yeah. So people are going to need to start using microphones because remember, they still don't work. Everyone check your microphone. If you're on a row where the microphones don't work,
Okay, it's working.
remember that all of the microphones in that row have to be on for any of them to work.
Check.
Okay.
So I would use the term declaration of impediment because that's how they're getting around the photo ID. At least in El Paso, that's what they use.
There's also religious exemption for it by law. That's the problem.
Generic.
Sir, when you read the poster, I don't know how they came up with the law. We need to change it. And what I'm saying is there's no requirement to prove anything. You don't have to sign anything, and I have verified this with the state attorney. I've had other SRECs to verify this. You do not need a photo ID.
All right. What about require a mandatory photo ID for every election without exception?
Government
All right. Is there any objection?
Government issue.
Scott, we need to be careful. We have put some real stiff penalties on our reps if they don't do what we're demanding here. And when we're going against things where courts have ruled at the moment, you cannot do this. I think we need to be very careful. I mean, I'm on board. We need to shut down some of the abuse that's going on, but at the same time, we've got to be careful about what we do. And if we know we're violating the law, we need to maybe come at it a little different way. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other? So that would. I entertain a motion without objection. There was an objection, so I'll now entertain an amendment to add the language without exception. Is there a second? Second. And the amendment is made by Spencer Brolsma. Okay. Is there any further debate on this addition? Hearing none. All in favor of adding without exception, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right. I think the ayes had it. So now we return to the full text of the amendment. All in favor of this amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passed. Michael.
Mr. Chairman, I move to change the word in the second bullet point annually to quarterly.
All right, a motion has been made to change the wording in the second bullet point from annually to quarterly. Is there a second? All right, that has been seconded. Can you speak to your motion? Can you speak to your motion?
An expert said we should do it.
All right. Is there any further debate? Brady.
So my only argument would be, because we discussed this when we were going through this initially, that if we move it to quarterly, we're going to run into issues of the voter rolls hitting into elections. And so that's going to be an issue that we did address and talk about earlier, and that would be why I would object to that.
So just to speak to that point, to my knowledge, the voter roll becomes fixed 30 days before an election. So that would still allow for the voter roll to be updated either after November, whatever is election day, or I guess the quarter starts in October. So it would probably just be that quarters would be after the election. But is there any further discussion on this amendment? Henry.
I don't think it's really necessary to have that done on a quarterly basis. It's going to be awful. Not that I think the expense is a problem, but I just think it's an unnecessary expense.
All right, is there any further discussion? Rick.
I don't think they have the manpower to do it that often.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of this change say aye. All opposed say nay. Nay. Chair calls his own division. All in favor, please stand. Let's do stand. That makes it easier.
Are we voting for
All right, all opposed? I'm not voting. I just have to stand up to count y'all. 12. All right, the motion passes. Is there Dr. Malati?
I have another bullet that I'd like to add before the closed party primaries, logically. One thing that we very much missed in this was the counting of the ballots and anything associated with that. So I have some language that I think may fulfill what I'm thinking. Counting of the ballots shall be done in precinct using hand count or dumb scanner method, with public publishing of the results prior to submission to the county.
Could you just bring it up here so that we can
Yes.
transcribe it? All right, is there a second on this motion? All right, that has been seconded by Loretta Emmons.
Mr. Chairman, point of
Yes.
information.
State your point.
Will we, as we had with the temporary report, have the ability to move at the end for the chair to be able to fix any small grammatical errors so that we don't have to spend time doing that on in committee on the big screen and everything?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Donna Carter seconded it. All right, we're working on getting the language on the screen. Okay, can you scroll down? Yeah. And is there any objection to removing the all caps on in precinct? Hearing none.
Maybe move it to, shall be done in precinct using. So move it up on the sentence. No, counting of the ballot shall be done in precinct using a hand count.
Okay, and then take out the second instance of in precinct. Okay, so just as a point of my own information, would which maybe the member can speak to, would having a published tally tape of the scan result of a paper ballot satisfy this requirement?
I think so. If they're going to use the dumb scanner and and we're going to go that method, then I think that would be sufficient in that process.
And can you briefly explain what a dumb scanner is?
Oh, this is kind of what Senator Bob Hall was talking about, something that can be, it doesn't connect to the internet. It's very basic program to run in the precinct. You just scan in and count right there.
Oh,
it's not
okay.
reading barcodes. It's not transmitting it anywhere.
It reads a Scantron.
All right,
Yeah.
Rick Briscoe. Rick.
What Senator Hall was talking about is a non-programmable hardwired optical scanner.
Yes.
Hey, thank you. Paul.
So I have a question. Is this not possible now? I'm an election judge. I run a tape. We could all get together, being a Republican, either alternate or lead judge, and do that. So I'm not sure what this is doing.
Rolando.
I'm not sure how requiring counting at every precinct location is safer than a centralized count. Because especially with paper ballots are the easiest for bad actors because they can spoil a ballot simply by overvoting it. So now, for example, in Harris County, there's 900 precincts on Election Day. There's going to be 900 locations with 900 election judges counting ballots. And I'm not sure how we keep, it would be so easy just simply to start overvoting them. And I'm not sure how this is safer, having 900 voting locations, I'm sorry, 900 ballot counting locations is safer than having one.
Yeah, what Rolando is saying, just for everyone's benefit, is if I'm an election judge who is biased, like say there's an election judge who really wants Joe Biden to be reelected, right? And they're assigned by the county to a Republican precinct, and they are hand counting the paper ballots there. All of those are hand filled in with a blue pen and no machines anymore, so they can be altered undetectedly. So all they have to do is start filling in the Joe Biden bubble also on the Trump votes using the same blue pen, and suddenly those votes are no longer counted because they're overvotes. So this seems like it would be a lot easier to defraud than the system we have now.
Can I speak to this?
Please do.
Okay, we vote this way. My county has paper ballots. They will not, we have a machine, they won't touch it. They will not touch it. And we vote by paper, and the most I've had in all the elections that I've worked was 1. And I spoiled the 1. They never got past 2, is what I'm saying. Nobody ever lost their vote over that. And if they're real elderly and they shake, you can assist them. That's the number one thing. The problem is they can't fill in the bubble because their hands shake so bad. But then we run it through the machine. We print 3 tapes. And see, I don't know, like, we all vote different, y'all. That's what you have to remember is we do all of what he's saying in our county. And so then we print 3 tapes. So those tapes have to match. When I pull those ballots out of there, I have to count every single one, and that tape has to match how many I have. My spoiled ballots are counted for, and we're never off, ever off. And so I just want to speak for what he's saying works for us. I don't know in a big county, because when I was in New Braunfels, we didn't vote this way.
So in Harris County, we have over 1,000 polling locations, and each one of them has thousands of voters, potentially. So all it would take is one election judge who is counting the election unsupervised, and you would need 1,000 poll watchers to watch them all, and they can just undervote. That's a way they could do it, and it probably wouldn't be detected until it was too late. So, okay, the gallery will come to order. So anyway, we in Harris County, we didn't anticipate the way that the county would mess with election day voting until they did it. They didn't give the election, they identified precincts in Harris County that were Republican, did not give them enough paper ballots. And so their voters had to wait for the paper ballots to arrive, which in a lot of them was hours later or never, causing fewer votes to even be cast. So, I mean, now we anticipate that, and it's something that can be corrected for. This is a problem that Rolando, as an experienced election judge, is anticipating and could happen. You can't deny that it could happen. So I think this is a dangerous thing for us to ask for. We'll go with Dr. Malati and then Rick.
So every system for elections from beginning to end have vulnerabilities in very different levels, okay? But the problem with centralized counting, taking ballots to a central count and try to either tabulate or do it there, you have machinery, you have you have nefarious actors in central counting, and suddenly you have brought it all together. There's no way to reconcile. If there are problems in a precinct, at least you can drill down and you can figure out where those problems are. Versus when you take all the ballots to the central count and try to count it there and add it up, that is where a lot of problems can occur. So, I mean, obviously fixing the elections takes a lot of different pieces, but this is an important piece to isolate the problems into precincts. Yes, there are probably going to be some problems in different precincts, but it's isolated and you can trace it and you can troubleshoot and you can audit.
Spencer. Sorry, I think Hans had his hand up longer. So Hans first, then Spencer.
Thank you. I speak against this. I know every county does it different, but if this passes, then what it would say is that we have to go to a manual count. We do have scanners. They have to be programmed to read. All right, they have all kinds of security for that, but we could still use a scanner, but this would say no scanner. We'd have to go to hand count, and to your point, if you're sitting there and the ballots are out, that's a risk. The central count in our case is we get the tape at the end of the night where the ballots have been counted. We send the disc and they report it. But as an election judge, when we had the precinct voting, I would record the key races and how many people voted. And that night, I could validate that everything that we had counted was what they counted. But this would eliminate my ability to do that because I'd have no count unless we physically stayed there at night and counted all that. So I speak against this. I think it's dangerous.
All right, Spencer.
So I just also wanted to state that this is very similar to how we did in Denton County, minus the hand count portion of it, because I'm not opening the bag as an election judge. We've been told explicitly not to. But we do print the 3 tapes, similar to what was being said earlier. I take one with me for my own records. I leave one on the machine, the scanner, and then I give one to central count. All 3 of those must match if we do an audit. If not, I'm in a lot of trouble as the election judge.
Yeah. Rick.
I think there's a misunderstanding of what Senator Hall proposed. The way the process would work is he's described the voter hand marks, which is previously hand signed by the election judge. The voter then takes the ballot and inserts it in the dumb scanner, and the ballot is secured. No one, election judge or not, has access to that ballot. At the end of voting, it is electronically written to a central right electronic media.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to amend like this, okay? Remove the words hand count or, and add add after the word method, as soon as the ballot is returned by the voter. Is there a second? All right, I'll explain what it means. When you have a paper ballot and you hand it in, then you drop it in just like what Spencer was talking about. You drop it in a scanner right then. You watch it go into a scanner. The scanner counts it right then, and then it goes into a secured bag. The election judge never touches it. If you have a system where you as the voter lose custody of your ballot to another human so that they can count it, then that is a vulnerability. And so the process that I'm hearing described here, where every precinct, where every election judge in every precinct would count the ballots on their own, after they're handed in, they would have the ability to alter the ballot at that point. And it doesn't really matter to me that you haven't seen evidence of it happening before. And that's just in general. It could happen. It easily could happen. I mean, we've just described how it would happen. It would take a 25-cent ballpoint pen. So I think we need to standardize what we're doing, and I think this would be the way to do it. It would be you as the voter enter it in, deposit it in a scanner. You don't know that it's being counted because you can't see the numbers, but it is counted by the machine right then. And then later on, just as Spencer describes, if there is a hand count done for a recount, that number needs to match what the scanner shows, and if not, then we have evidence that something went wrong. Debbie.
Chair, point of order. I'm not against this verbiage, but you didn't have anybody make the motion. You asked for someone to entertain.
Sorry. Okay, it was moved by Rolando, and is there a second? All right, seconded by Spencer. All right.
Point of information?
Say your point.
Sorry. By making this change, would we be making it a legislative priority to not have hand counts?
I think it would require a dumb scanner.
Okay. Just making sure I understood.
All right. Spencer, then Dr. Malati, then Rick.
So I just wanted to speak to my support for the hand count portion of it, because right now you're not allowed to have cameras in your precinct when you're voting. So that would open it up to where it could be changed, because there's no way to prove that it wasn't, or that it was changed after the voter drops it in the bag, because they have to cover up the security cameras by law right now. So there's no way to prove that I didn't change a voter's ballot if we were to do if we don't strike the hand count portion.
Dr. Malati.
So the reason I was trying to put this in, and I'm actually a hand count advocate. I don't even want the dumb scanner, but I was trying to kind of have a compromise with what Senator Bob Hall wanted. But I am a hand count advocate because you can see it, and then I'm an advocate of videos in the hand counting, so we can actually validate by the public, can actually see it after it's recorded, and can actually redo the count themselves. So I have a very strong view on this and how to make it more secure. There's going to be some problems here and there, but we need to be able to validate, make it transparent, and have it limited to the precincts if there's a problem at a precinct level. So that's kind of why I had my original language. And I helped with some a recount in Dallas just recently. There were so many issues with the hand count. There were ballots that were missing. The county can't tell us why there's this many ballots missing from here. All the chain of custody was off. The certificates were off. They don't explain anything. They just said, just count. Just count it, and then if the numbers are kind of close, we're fine. They will not explain the problems. It's ridiculous.
So, okay, we'll go to Rhonda and then Brett. Okay, a motion has been made for previous question. Is there a second?
Can I object?
Okay, state your objection.
I just want to throw in a quick bit of language, 2 words. I realize that I want to amend the amendment.
Yeah. Well, you would be amending an amendment to an amendment, which is technically out of order. What
I'll let you guys go.
What would the change be? And then after we have our vote, we can consider making it.
Using a dumb count or using a dumb scan, or I'm sorry, using a hand count or using a dumb scanner method as soon as blah, blah, blah. So that way you're identifying that both are possible.
Okay. We need to go to our previous question. All in favor of going to a vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. All in favor of the removing the pink language and adding the blue language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passed. All right. Okay. All in favor of the change, please stand. Okay, that's 16. All opposed, please stand. All right, that's 12. So it passes.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
At the, after the word county at the end of this statement, adding with the option of a hand recount as well, of a hand count as well. More counting is better. That last part was just editorial.
Okay, is there a second? All right, that has been seconded by. Okay, so the motion is to add the language with the option of a hand recount. That has been seconded by Julie Dahlberg. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, to be clear, not recount.
Okay, sorry, it was Christy Ratliff. Go ahead.
Sorry, just to be clear, it was supposed to be hand count as well, not recount. The hand count as well. If they choose to do the dumb scan, choose to add a hand count on top of the dumb scanner recount, that is up to the county.
Okay, and just to clarify, like if you had a standalone hand count, you would have a box where where the voter drops a ballot in it and it stays in a secure bag. If you have a dumb scanner method, you have a box that has a scanner on top of it and the voter drops it through the scanner.
Yes, I rescind my. You can hand recount is fine. Yes.
Right. So yeah. Well, okay. So just making sure I understand.
You corrected me. I apologize.
Okay. Well, so all I'm saying is if you have a hand count as well, you're just counting the ballots that landed in the bag, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just a recount at that point.
All right. Loretta.
We have 14 other issues that we need to work on. Yes. We're still on number 1. We've been on this for long enough. It's time to vote on this and move to something.
All right. Question has been called on this amendment. All in favor of moving to a vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay. We'll continue debate. Rick. All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move into a vote on this amendment. All in favor, say, go ahead.
But I did say in my motion, I apologize. It was supposed to be with the option of a hand recount. That was supposed to be recount. I had it crossed.
Okay, is there any objection to making that change? All right, all in favor of the, and then would you not say as well?
Correct.
Okay. So all in favor of the blue language, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that sounds like it fails. All right, question has been called on the yellow amendment. All in favor. Is there any objection to moving to a vote? Hearing none, all in favor of the yellow text, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. Debbie Duke.
I want to move to add one more bullet point. I know that that is disgruntling, but I would like for it to say, require the removal of existing waivers in existence now and comply with current election code.
Okay.
Secretary of State waivers, yeah.
Yeah, that was what I was going to recommend.
And if somebody else second,
All right, is there a second? Yeah, and include existing Secretary of State waivers. All right, and that has been seconded.
Yeah. Can I speak to that just real
Please
quick?
do.
We have 3 sets of election law: early voting, election day voting, mail-in voting, and then we have 29 plus waivers to keep up with. That, so no wonder our election law is so complicated to maneuver through. So I believe that these waivers have been abused, and we need to get to the back to the legislation that has been passed and is on the books. At least we're just dealing with 3 sets of laws then already.
All right, is there any further debate?
Yes.
Jeff.
Again, this is one of the items that this would be a good debate to have in the platform committee. This is not, this being brought up now for the first time is not something that we should be censuring over. That's it.
All right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of adding the yellow language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. Robert Gray.
Call the question on the legislative priorities.
All right, call a question on this priority? Okay. Okay. All in favor of moving to a vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that passes. All in favor of the first priority language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That passes. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is border enforcement. Okay, so is there any, are there any amendments or discussion on this priority? Hans.
I move that we strike the last bullet, end all subsidies and public services, including state college tuition and enrollment in public schools for illegal aliens, except for emergency medical care.
All right, a motion has been made to strike the last bullet point. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of second. Are there any other motions? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote on this priority. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. That passes. Next is axe the school M&O property tax. Are there any motions on this priority? Spencer.
I would just like to amend the title to just say axe the tax or axe property tax.
All right, a motion has been made to amend the title to say axe the, which one? Axe the tax or axe the property tax?
Axe the property tax.
All right, to axe the property tax. Is there a second? Second. That's been seconded. Is there any discussion? I'll start with Rick and then Peyton. Microphone. Okay, go ahead.
That would change the entire nature of this priority because the M&O tax is only a portion of the property tax. I do believe a change to the title, changing the word tax to end would be more descriptive on the floor. When I briefed the matter to my caucus, they kept asking, tax? What are we at? And so just say end.
All right, Peyton.
Yeah, I think taking it off is misleading. Clearly, the primary focus of this, while it has an ultimate goal, the real approach is through the M&O, and so take it off, I think, misleads people as to how it's going to work.
Robert.
So what's the ultimate goal that we're trying to accomplish? We're trying to eliminate all property taxes. That's what it says in the first sentence.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure, hold on a second. I just want to make sure we're clear that what we're trying, if we're being, I was already against being too descriptive. So I think this title is a compromise that I think we can live with.
Janera, then Spencer, then Brady.
Right. So a lot of people, when they read these, they do just read the title, unfortunately. So the original language was eliminate the property tax. It's complex and it causes them to think too much. I mean, when they're in a hurry, and they're always in a hurry. So I think something simple like what he did, I support that. Thank you.
All right. Spencer?
So I was just going to speak to that. Right there in the very first sentence, it says, as a first step towards eliminating all property taxes. That's the ultimate goal. That's what the title should reflect.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. That passed. Rick? All right, a motion has been made to remove the word acts and insert the word end. Is there a second?
I call the question.
Not in order yet. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Rolando. Is there any discussion? Robert?
I think in order to give us an opportunity for the delegates to understand what we're trying to do, acts the property tax sounds really good. So I want to make sure that we keep the title as it is, so that we allow the delegates to understand that what we're trying to do.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
Right here.
Michael.
I don't want to force those people to change their axes to something else.
Yeah. Well,
this reads great.
The chair will advise that they already need to reprint their axes because they have an E at the end of the word axe. All right. Yeah. Which is the British spelling. And this is America. For now, until we get to a later priority, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, all in favor of the change from acts to end, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, I think the ayes had it. All right, division has been called. All in favor of the change, please stand. Okay, to change the word acts to end. All right, that's 10. All opposed, please stand. Oh yeah, that clearly fails. I don't know what I was thinking. Y'all need to speak up. Robert, question has been called on this entire priority. Yes, that has been are you seconding? Okay. That is seconded. All in favor of moving to a vote on this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. That passes. All in favor of adopting this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. That passes. Next is ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. Do we have any motions or debate on this item? Paul.
I would like to add under Texas Government Code Chapter 305, that is the lobbying code, you have to register when you lobby. So if you have to do that, it applies instead of just the generic term of lobby.
Okay, so you would add lobbyists under to hire lobbyists under Texas Government Code Chapter 305?
Yes.
Would it be more concise to just say registered lobbyists?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. That motion has been made to add registered lobbyists. Is there a second? All right, that has been seconded. Is there any discussion? And I will ask if anyone on the committee knows and can speak to this. Is there any kind of lobbyist who is hired by taxing entities who is not registered? Is that... would we end up? Yeah. Would we end up cutting something out here?
The closest thing to this would be I think this is I will speak in favor of this amendment to answer your question, because this answers the question of where's the line between having a government relations office in a university system and having a university hire a third-party lobbying firm to come in and do work for them. The government relations folks, there is a purpose for them in a giant system that the university president can't be the only one coming down to every legislative office. But at the same time, a registered lobbying firm outside that's not a W-2 employee is a very different question.
So I'll ask you a question, Jeff.
Yeah.
The city of Houston has lobbyists on staff, and actually, when I testified for Senator Middleton's taxpayer-funded lobbying bill, the city of Houston lobbyist was sitting right next to me, and he actually said that the city spends about $750,000 every session on lobbyists. Is there on-staff lobbyists someone who would fall under this provision?
That's the difference here, right? So if they are a registered lobbyist, like if you are a W-2 employee of an organization, of a city, and you go down to the legislature to testify, you are not doing that as a registered lobbyist. But this person, but you're an employee of that organization, just like any other. But that is just their main job. When they say we have lobbyists on staff, if they have they will often also have a hired lobbyist who has other clients that they are going out and they are bringing in, that is not just they're not a W-2'd employee, they are just a lobbying firm that they've hired that is essentially on retainer, that is handling their business. That's the division here, and this answers that perfectly.
All right, Loretta. All right, Loretta. Thank you. Okay, Spencer, then Rolando, then Brady, then Christie.
Okay, so I'm also going to speak against this based off of what Jeff just said, because it's going to benefit bigger cities and harm smaller cities, because the small town that I grew up in the Panhandle cannot afford to have somebody on staff as a hired lobbyist, but the city of Austin can, and they're going to go every single day during session.
Rolando. Brady.
So,
okay, I did go ahead and say they would be recognized, so I will allow them to speak because they're next in line.
so I was just going to echo that Senator Middleton has been a champion on this for a very long time, was happy with the language the way it was. I understand the desire of this, but I don't think it's necessary.
Chrissy?
So I think that if I understand the intent of this, it was to prevent our tax dollars from being used to affect legislation that is contrary to our beliefs. And if we include this language, then if I understand, a lobbying firm couldn't hire, a government entity that collects tax dollars couldn't hire a lobbying firm, but they could have their employees lobby on behalf of that entity. And in that case, they're still using taxpayer dollars to lobby.
Yeah. All right, and I will just, before I recognize a motion to call the question, I will just say, if the language of this does not result in the taxpayer-funded lobbyist who was sitting next to me at that hearing having to find other employment, then it's not strong enough, and I'll entertain a motion to call the question. All right, a motion has been made to call the question. Is there a second? All right, all in favor of moving to a vote on this language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that fails. We're back to the original language.
Call the question on the original language.
All right, motion has been made to call the question. That has been seconded. All in favor of moving to a vote on this item, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. All in favor of adopting this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right.
Can we get the word under removed after lobbyist? It was added and then not taken back out. It was just a clerical error there. So
is there any objection? No. All right. Lobbyists under. I think that was where you were trying to add in under the government code. Yeah. No. Yeah, remove the word under. Yeah, that wasn't part of the. No. All right. Next is stop sexualizing Texas kids. Dr. Malati, and then Spencer.
I motion to replace the fourth bullet point with the language that Tammy Brown Rodriguez submitted.
All right, and do you have that?
I do, and I think she emailed it to you too.
And since I haven't heard a second, yeah, I'm just going to ask a question. Is there an intent to replace it or add, as I understood from the author, to add?
She wanted to add it. She told you that?
Yes.
Then we should add it then.
All right, so motion has been made and seconded to add, and can you, yeah, bring up the
Do you
language?
have that, or do you need me to give it to you?
He's got it.
Okay.
I've got to imagine every time I pour myself a glass of water, it just looks ridiculous on camera. All right, so the language is on screen. It would read, waive immunity from civil liability of schools and their employees when students are sexually groomed, exploited, or abused. That has been seconded. Brady.
Yeah, so I'm going to speak against this, and the reason is I strongly support us compelling superintendents. And so after Ms. Brown Rodriguez spoke, I talked to a couple different attorneys that are dealing with this very issue, and they have advised that the language in that fourth bullet point as it is, along with our repealing of the affirmative defenses, solves the issue that's at hand. It will apply to everyone. So it solves the issue at hand, and that this is unnecessary and actually convolutes it, especially with the language of groomed, because that's a complicated, that's a thing that's very hard to define and is going to muddy this substantially.
Peyton?
I would disagree. I think clearly the language he mentioned grants them, exposes them to criminal, but it doesn't give them civil, which this does, and I think that civil liability is very important.
Yeah. Is there any further discussion? Erica.
I thought she made mention when she was speaking that this particular language is the language that they were using on the floor and that had already been massaged and that they've already thought about. And this was the language that she was bringing to put in here. Am I correct? Did I misunderstand?
Yeah, I believe so. Is there any further discussion on this? The chair would entertain, because hearing Brady's point, the chair would entertain if there is an alternative word that could be used instead of groomed. Would someone like to make a motion? Spencer?
So two things. Can we please keep the motions coming from this side of the table instead of that side of the table? But I will make a motion to just end the sentence at employees. Then you don't have to worry about all, because I've had conversations with the people that were testifying on it, and they're okay with it just ending at the word employees.
I think that's right.
So,
Brady?
if I may speak to it. So this language as it's written here is better. However, again, I'll just reiterate that in order to, in understanding this and trying to get to what the overall end was, the advice from some attorneys who work on this specific issue was that the original language is better for actually amending the law.
All right. Is there any further discussion? So what was, sorry, I'm catching up. Spencer, did you actually make a motion to make that amendment? Yes. Okay, was there a second? All right, that is seconded. Okay, is there any further discussion on the removal of the pink text? All right, hearing none, we'll go into a vote on that. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The word waive, before we vote on this, would a different word there, because waive is something you allow them to get out of a rule if they ask for it. Would a better word be remove? Is there any objection to changing it to remove? All right. Hearing none? Yes, that's correct. All right. I saw a hand over here. Julie? Okay. Is there any further discussion on this addition? Removing.
Compelling.
All right. All right. All in favor of this additional language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. That passes. Are there any other items in this or any other discussion on this legislative priority? Spencer.
I have a small amendment to the first bullet point, please. So where it says in schools and libraries, I would just like to change that in school, city, and county libraries.
Okay, so right now you're saying schools and libraries. So you want to add the words school, city, and county libraries.
I just want to specify city and county libraries.
Okay. All right, that motion has been made and seconded. Yeah, school, comma, city, comma, no, school, comma, city, and, so school would be in there twice. Yeah, so you're adding the words schools, comma, city, comma, and county.
Mr.
No,
Chairman.
no, that's not right. Yeah, yes. Okay.
If you read this, it says prohibiting taxpayer funding to any entities that permit or promote sexual or inappropriate content to minors. That's what we're trying to say in libraries.
Yeah, okay, so, no, that's not it. Sorry, undo that. Let me walk you through it, okay. Schools and school, city, and county libraries. Is that right? Yes. Spencer, is that right? School, comma, city, comma, and county. Libraries.
So my original amendment was...
And county libraries. Okay, is that right?
Other than the spelling of school, yes.
Taxpayer funded.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Spencer, do you think the addition of schools there is repetitive in school, city, and county libraries?
No, because it needs to be schools as a whole, and then school libraries. I guess it could possibly be repetitive, yes, but...
Okay. All right. Okay, this is the amendment. This is the amendment. Let's highlight it. Okay, is there a second? All right, that's been seconded. Is there any debate on this amendment? Brady.
I understand the desire to take the testimony and add it in. However, schools and libraries, as it's written, accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish and gives the legislators the direction that we're asking them to. The reason libraries is added is specifically from conversation with Bonnie Wallace, who is the leading advocate on stopping this in public libraries specifically. So schools and libraries accomplishes this goal, and we're getting too specific on language here, and we need to get to general points that are specific but not so specific that we're legislating.
All right, any other debate?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Any objection to moving to a vote? Hearing none, all in favor of this addition say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Nay. All right, so the motion fails. Is there any other discussion on this?
Point of information. Can we just remove the compelling superintendent? That was the original fourth bullet point that should no longer be there. Yeah, that one should go away, and then there should be the one that we added below it. You understand? Like,
my understanding.
Oh, we were adding a new one?
Yeah, my understanding.
Oh, I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. Okay.
Okay. Only the committee members can speak at this point. My understanding is that was an addition. So, all right, Spencer.
Just to clarify, it was an addition to the fourth bullet point, not a fifth bullet point, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that I did not realize. I was under the impression it was a fifth bullet point. Is there any objection to moving?
I'll make a motion to strike the compelling bullet point then.
Okay, a motion has been made to strike the fourth bullet point compelling superintendents to report sex crimes within schools to law enforcement.
Can we see the next bullet point, because everybody can't see it.
Okay, so a motion has been made to strike the fourth bullet point. Is there a second? Yes. All right, that's been seconded by Michael.
Yeah, since I made that.
Hang on. All right, you're recognized to speak, and then we'll go to Genera.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Since I made that first motion, my understanding was that it was that language wanted to stay in with the new language. My understanding now is that it's okay to remove this language.
Okay, is there Brady? Do you Genera? Go ahead.
Sir, is there another place, I'm kind of confused here, is there another place where we require them to report outside the schools also? In here?
I don't see one. Peyton?
I think these are different. One is requiring the superintendent's report, and again, this issue of the immunity down below was opened up an additional exposure then for these bad acts, and so I don't think this thing should be removed. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further debate? Erica?
I'm not sure whether she was saying that she wanted to add another bullet point, but rather add more text to number 4.
Yes, so my understanding was fifth bullet point. However, if there's after we deal with this amendment, if there's no objection, we could compress the fourth and fifth bullet points into one bullet point. All right, okay, so we'll go ahead and move into a vote on this amendment. All in favor of removing this bullet point, say aye. All opposed, say nay. It fails.
And I'll make a motion to combine the two to clean up the language.
All right, that motion has been made. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, we'll go ahead and do that. So, no, leave the period and everything. Do that. All right, is there any further debate on this priority? Well, we need to vote to do that. No, we don't. I said no objection. Okay. All right, is there any objection to that change? Hearing none, it's made.
Call the question.
Question has been called on this priority. Is there a second? Second. All right. All in favor of moving to a vote on this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. That passes. All in favor of adopting this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. That passes. Next is secure the grid. Are there any motions on the language in secure the grid? Robert.
I would just change the title. So motion to amend to change the title to secure the electric grid.
All right, a motion has been made to change it to secure the electric grid. Is there a second? That's been seconded. Any discussion on that change? Hearing none. All in favor of this change, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. Any further discussion on the secure grid priority?
Mr.
Peyton.
I'd like to make an addition to it at the end of it, just a continuation of the paragraph, that as follows. I may have to work on the word, but prohibit the dependence on intermittent energy. Prohibit the dependence on intermittent energy from exceeding 75% of the overcapacity safety margin designed in the system.
All right, that motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. All right, that's been seconded. Can you speak to your motion?
Yes, sir. The system has a design safety margin in it, and the problem is they're building this intermittent or solar and wind where it exceeds the safety margin. So the greater that gets, you're guaranteed that if those systems shut down, you're absolutely guaranteed that the whole thing goes down, that you don't have enough. And so it's getting worse and worse instead of better. This keeps us from ever getting to the point where energy production you can control is never, the anticipated demand is never beyond what you have that you produce and you can control.
Jeff.
I don't know if you're right or not, and so I can't say, like, if we were going to say something general like prohibit, reduce our reliance on intermittent energy from renewable sources, that would be one thing. but saying we're going to censure someone for this specific of a thing, when we don't know anything about it and we're just taking your word for it at this point, I can't go for that. I'm sorry.
All right, any further discussion? Rick?
Scott.
No. Dan?
This language isn't bad for what we've said right there. It's telling the lawmakers to make sure that they address this piece of the electric grid problem. Because what it amounts to right now, they're moving towards having too much intermittent energy that we're going to have to rely upon. And when we have little wind and it's nighttime and we got freezing temperatures, there's not going to be enough old-fashioned base load to take care of it. What this says is they have to create other energy sources so that they're not having to depend upon this intermittent energy to exceed 75% of that safety capacity. It preserves the safety capacity factor of our electric grid.
All right, Don, then Rick, then Davis.
So we're talking about capping wind and solar. Originally, in 1999, we had capped renewable energy at 3,600 megawatts. We're at 36,000. Why don't we just cap it at what it is now and just not add any more?
Rick?
Yep.
Davis?
Yeah, I think we ought to just cap off that sentence at prohibit the dependence on intermittent energy, period.
All right, Hans?
I speak against this. I think it's in the title. I think we're getting too prescriptive. If you look at the title, secure the integrity of the Texas electricity production and delivery of abundant, reliable, and resilient energy. And so we're telling them to do it. We're not telling them 72%. So I speak against this.
All right. Is
Scott,
there any...
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Why don't we just change the wording to cap it at the existing capacity that we have now for solar and wind? That's the problem. They keep expanding the wind and solar too. But if we cap it now, there's plenty, and then that way the natural gas, and if we decide to add nuclear or coal, we can, but we have far more wind than we ever prescribed since deregulation in 1999.
Johan?
I'd like to speak, but first I have a point of information. Do we have a hard stop at 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to speak against this. I think we're getting overly specific. We're on number 6 out of 15, and we have 45 minutes.
All right. Question is
Out of line.
all right. Yeah, he called the question. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor of moving to a vote on this, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. Now we're going to vote on the yellow language. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. It fails. Genera.
I would like to amend this to say cap sun and solar energy at our current levels.
Wind and solar.
Generation. Oh, sun and wind generation at our current capacity.
All right. Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of second.
Oh, second.
Okay. Okay. So, no, Don Hooper did second it, so we do have an amendment. Is there any discussion on this amendment, Jeff?
Okay. As much as we hate sun, solar, and wind, because it taps into the grid at some point, this would prevent individual homeowners from deciding to buy solar panels and put it on their house, and I understand if we're talking about the industrial size, full size production things, this is too prescriptive. We haven't had time. I do not think we have had the time to fully vet this type of language. We have 45 minutes exactly now. New things being thrown at this point, I think is out of order. So I would oppose this and call the question as soon as we can.
I would like to amend my own words.
Okay. He called the question. Is there a second? All right. All in favor of moving to a vote on this, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All in favor of the highlighted language, say aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, it fails.
Call the question.
All right, question has been called on this priority. Is there a second? Obviously there is. All in favor of moving to a vote on this priority, say aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes. All in favor of adopting this priority, say aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes. Next is abolish abortion and promote adoption. Johan.
Point of information,
State your point.
is it in order to move adoption?
Seconded.
All right.
Am I able to, do we have to have debate before we can call the question?
We do. It's not in order to call the question before absolutely nothing happens unless there is someone who, unless there's no one who wishes to debate. All right, so we're on abolish abortion and promote adoption. Is there any discussion?
Sir.
Genera?
Yes. I do not understand the sentence that has reach out-of-state violators. That reach out-of-state violators, I need clarification. Effective tools to stop abortion pill websites and reach out-of-state violators. Does that mean prosecute? Is that what they mean by reach?
So effective tools speaks to the reach, but the chair is not advised on exactly what that would mean. Because,
It's the reach. I have
yeah.
a question.
So I can't speak to that. Johan and then Hans.
There are actions that can be taken within Texas to sue and go after some of these companies that are making these pills and illegally shipping them to women in Texas.
All right.
I'd like to make
Hans.
a motion.
Motion, no, sorry, I recognize Hans.
I'd like to make a motion to remove those words, to strike.
All right, a motion has been made to remove the words and reach out-of-state violators of Texas law. That has been seconded. Brady, debate?
Yeah, I'll just point out that, again, we had this language drafted for the committee by 2 attorneys, and so I would speak against this and request that we leave this language as it is.
Genera.
Yes, sir. I wasn't trying to eliminate the language. I wanted to understand what this meant, and I thought it had something to do with prosecution, but it sounds like it's sue, and I would not mind amending that.
Rolando, then Don. All right. I believe the next recognition was Don.
Rolando's exactly right. We're agreeing again, and my wife litigates these cases, and the ability to go after somebody out of state is not a precursor to murder. Murder is murder, and we need to leave this language just as it is, and I agree with Brady wholeheartedly.
All right, Rick.
The example given of a company producing pills outside of Texas and illegally introducing them to Texas. The illegal introduction of those materials into Texas is a prosecutable offense under Texas law. Production of them outside the state is not. This has multiple jurisdictional problems and is unnecessary and unenforceable.
Michael Spencer.
If you murder Texas kids, we're coming after you. Keep the language.
Spencer.
I would like to call the question and urge that we vote it down.
All right, the question has been called and seconded. All in favor of moving to a vote, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, we'll move to a vote on this amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye. Okay, wait. What are we voting on?
We're voting on removing the red text. All in favor of removing the red text, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That
All the
fails.
questions of adoption.
Can
Johan.
I move adoption?
All right, question has been called and adoption is moved. All in favor of the language of this priority, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. And that passes unanimously. Next is educational freedom. Robert. Motion has been made to amend this language.
So after the word select schools, say of their choice.
Okay, so the motion has been made to add the words of their choice to select schools. So select schools of their choice.
Correct.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, that's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just real briefly, if we're talking about school choice, we need to explicitly say that.
Yeah, so it includes include the words school and choice in the school choice priority. I like it. All right, question has been called. Any objection to moving to a vote? Hearing none, all in favor of this language say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Robert.
Nick, make another motion?
Yes.
So I want to, so at the very end where it says home schools and private schools, I want to switch that around. So instead of saying instead of saying home schools and private schools, let's say private schools and home schools.
Okay, a motion has been made to switch private schools and home schools. Is there a second? That has been seconded. Any objection to that switch? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do it. Any further discussion? All right, previous question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, that has been seconded. All in favor of moving to a vote say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, we'll move to a vote on this priority. All in favor of adopting this priority as written say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. And that passes. Robert.
Also, on the title, I'd like to change the title. Oh, are we voting on the whole thing?
Okay. I think when we get to the very, very end, if there are any last-minute changes in title, it would be in order to do those. Judicial accountability. All right, are there any amendments to the judicial accountability priority? Any discussion? Hearing none?
I have an amendment.
Okay, Rick.
I spoke with the judge, and he urged us to provide for funding for the commission because they are currently very underfunded and are unable to carry out their duties because of it.
Okay, so the point was made that the commission is underfunded to carry out its duties. So is there an amendment? Okay, state your, make your amendment. Okay.
At the end of the first sentence, insert the sentence, the legislature should adequately fund the Commission on Judicial Conduct to allow them to perform their duties adequately.
Okay, instead of doing that, the chair would entertain a motion to add the words adequately funded and before the word transparent.
I accept that as a
Would the author be open to that?
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. The motion has been made to add the words adequately funded and before the word transparent. Is there a second? All right, that has been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the change say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Are there any further items of discussion for this priority? Hearing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of adopting this priority say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The next priority is Texas is not for sale. Is there any discussion on this priority? Christy Ratliff.
I move to add language for the referendum on Texas.
Okay, do you have any language you would like to add? Or can you bring the language you would like to add? Has it been sent to me or the secretary?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong priority.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this priority? All right, hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The priority passes. Next is no Democrat chairs. Is there any discussion on this priority? All right, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of this priority say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Next is let Texas run Texas. Is there any discussion? We'll go with Christy. We'll go Christy first, then you.
I move to add the language regarding Texas. I do not have it, but if somebody does have it, they can present it.
So I recognize that it exists. Has it been sent to me, and from whom? Who sent it to me so I can just forward it to Michael and he can copy it in? Is it all of us? That's what I was handed. Okay, I'm looking through my email for the language. Yeah, has someone sent it? Can someone please send it to me? I swear I've seen it already.
Scott?
Yes.
Point of information.
State your point.
So the resolution that Virgil submitted to you, that was timely submitted, does that have to be considered?
It does, and actually, I think the resolution is, okay, the resolution does contain language. It says, so Christie, would the resolution speak to your motion, assert the fact that Congress has failed to gain the consent of the people by properly proposing an amendment to the states? Only after an amendment is ratified by 3/4 of the states may the federal government legally exercise authority over currently unenumerated powers, but not before then? Okay, that's something different. So okay, so we'll do that next. Okay, can you, all right, since the clock is ticking, can someone send language to either me or the secretary for this priority? Technically, under Robert's rules, everything has to be in writing.
I've already submitted one to Michael.
Okay. Do you have it?
I can read it while you look.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I believe I was recognized for an amendment.
Next. After we're done with this one, we'll go to yours. Probably could have done that by now.
While you're looking for the language, can I go ahead and argue for it?
You can go ahead and speak to it.
It was seconded.
Yes.
Okay, so we all know that the federal government is overreaching and they're trying to take away our liberties, and we also all know that there's a lot of speculation as to whether or not we can even do this. And so this would set, my understanding is that this would set in motion the process of finding out for sure what all would be involved, whether it can even be done. And I think that if we wait too late to take those steps, that we may not have time to do them and to act in time in the event that things continue to get worse.
Jeff.
Okay, I will speak to this motion. As I said earlier in the testimony, this is, we are saying let Texas run Texas, and we are in that. I find specifically ironic that we are adding into this a California mechanism of going to a referendum. We are a Republican state. We do things with our elected representatives. Unless it's a constitutional amendment where the people are binding in the legislature, this is the thing. The non-binding referendum, we don't do that. When we send something to the people, their voice is binding. The only time we send something to the voters to make a decision, it's when we're amending the Constitution. This is not the Texas way to do things. If you want to have the legislature pass something to form a committee and get the work on it, fine, put that in there. Let's have that discussion. But we are talking about using the California mechanism going against literally everything that's in the name of this party to go to a California-style direct democracy and hold this referendum to make this decision. There's nothing in our Constitution about governing this way, and you can ask the people in the United Kingdom how non-binding referendums work out. That's it. Thank you.
Rolando, Eric, Teresa.
Okay, I previously spoken against previous language in the past 2 days because I didn't think it was a priority. This new language reinforces that point. Let's understand what they're now asking. Let's have a non-binding referendum to have a committee to study this. Does that sound like a legislative priority? What we have been hashing out here are the most pressing, urgent issues that have to be fixed as soon as the legislature meets. What they want, and look at all the pressing issues that we have turned down because of the limit of how many priorities we can report. Look at all the pressing issues that can be fixed in January, that can be fixed as soon by the legislature in January. We have had to turn so many of those down. But now we're going to include one that is a non-binding referendum to form a committee to study something. Now, you don't need a referendum to have a committee to study something. Why are we having a referendum just to have a committee? Now, from the political perspective, secession is kind of like pregnancy. You can't be a little bit pregnant. You can't do a little bit of secession. You either secede or you don't secede. By calling for a vote, doesn't matter whether you call it non-binding or not, to call for a vote on secession, you are calling for secession. And we run into the same problems I mentioned before. We are undermining all of the actual efforts that we can do to stop federal overreach. We have said this over and over again. There are steps Texas can do now. We don't have to wait for secession to secure our border. We don't have to wait for secession to challenge federal overreach, to challenge federal court decisions, to challenge federal regulations. We can do it.
Point of order.
No.
I believe the amendment's out of order. Secession is not a matter of federal overreach.
Okay, the point of order is overruled. It is in order to debate this amendment.
So if I can continue.
The point of order is that the motion is out of order.
It is not out of order.
Yeah, just how is it relevant to federal overreach?
Yeah, the points of order are not about the content of amendments.
Yes, they are.
So, okay.
It's a matter of relevance.
All right.
This is irrelevant.
Okay. A point of order has been raised that this amendment would not be germane to the priority. I, as the chair, have overruled that point of order. Is there an appeal?
No, there's no appeal. I call the question.
You cannot do that in the middle of debate. That is not an interrupting motion.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. Rolando, continue.
Okay. As I was saying, there are things we can do now that addresses all the things that the Texas people are complaining about. This does nothing to fix any of the problems they are complaining about. Again, it sets up a non-binding referendum to establish a committee. And as I said, from the secessionist perspective, even if this is under a best-case scenario, is that we have a referendum, we study it, and then we begin a process that maybe results in a new nation.
Point of information.
20. State your point.
Is there a time limit involved here?
Yes.
How long may the representative speak?
There is no representative speaking. The committee, there has not been a time limit set for individual debate.
This seems highly repetitive.
Okay, that's not a valid point. Continue.
What this would do is set in motion a process that might result, from the secessionist perspective, in a solution 20 or 30 years from now.
All right.
And I would also add, all of us in this convention are talking, or we should be focused, on electing Donald Trump as president and re-electing Ted Cruz to the United States Senate. We put this in our legislative priorities. The entire fall campaign will be about secession. Ted Cruz will be asked about secession. Donald Trump will be asked about secession. It sucks up all the political oxygen. This language provides no solution to the problem while giving us all of the political fallout. And Rick, I'm done, so you can go back to,
All right.
I call the question.
Teresa had been recognized, then I will recognize you.
I called the question.
Okay, no, she was already recognized. I will recognize you next. Teresa.
I'll make mine just very short and sweet. If I were a legislature, I would not write a bill based on this. It's too it just has too much risk for the legislator because of censorship and for many of the reasons that Rolando just spoke. What, are we going to lose the other points that are in this bill because the legislator didn't want to touch it?
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I was
A motion has been made to call the question. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I was recognized.
Okay. A motion has been made to call the question. It has been seconded. Is there any, all in favor of moving to a vote on this amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right. It requires 2/3. So I will say that that fails, and we will go to Eric.
Okay, all I want to say about this is, despite all the interpretation and verbiage about what this is a response to what came up through the referendum, not the referendum process, but the resolution process. This is what the people are saying they would like to have as a priority. And it's been ignored because of our interpretation of what we think it is. This whole process of resolutions is to bring the voice of the people to us, and they want us to have this as a priority. We should listen to them instead of trying to interpret what we think they're saying.
All right.
It's clearly written.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Say your point.
Is 33 divided by 235 not 12.5%? Thank you.
I believe that it is.
Thank you.
Continue. Eric, you're still recognized. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Julie.
Thank you. On the point of we don't need a referendum, we don't need a vote to create this committee, to me it's a smart strategy and a good plan. Why would we go through that or instruct them to create a committee on this until we see what the people think? And to his point, it has come up through our local conventions, and we haven't seen, we've been given reports that many have come up that we haven't enumerated, I guess, and what the information was given to us, and I believe that the support is much higher than maybe what the information we received, and I think that that's evidenced by the amount of support we've seen here and folks who have testified to us.
Peyton, then Davis. All right, the question has been called on this amendment. Is there any objection to moving into a vote? Hearing none, all in favor of adding this language to the priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. It fails. All right. Okay, all in favor, please stand. That is 7 in favor. All opposed, please stand. All right, that is 23. Actually, the chair will also record a vote against, so that is 24 against. Is there any further discussion on this the priority? Dan.
I have an amendment to make.
Okay, state your amendment.
I just gave the Secretary the last sentence there. Says, ensure that Texans have medical freedom, all the way to the end down there, to strike it and replace it with the language I just gave our Secretary. And I'd like to speak to it if you don't mind.
Okay. Dan, can you, is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, can you speak to your motion?
I'd like to speak to it. The background behind this is a person in my precinct brought this. He had to cut his career short as an Air Force pilot because of the mandates of medical stuff. And with this language here, it will help those that are behind him be able to retain their work, their livelihood, and all. In fact, he faced it twice, even in the private sector. So this language here is as simple, and it's from the mouth of somebody that's that's had their entire financial world rearranged for it. And I think it's it's good language from that standpoint.
All right, well, okay, so it's already been seconded. So Brady and then Jeff.
So I also want to speak on behalf of this language. This language was also reaffirmed by one of our speakers that we had earlier, who's the executive director of the oldest vaccine choice group we have that works on this for years and years and years and years. And this is the language that she thought was very, very important for us to have. So I want to second that or reinforce that.
I would just, not to speak against, but to speak about, the only, I'm fine with what's being added, but I just want to point out that we had a lot of discussion about the give or withhold consent for medical treatment other than vaccines when we were crafting this, and that this deletes that part and makes it all vaccine. It says medical freedom and then the rest is all vaccine, and it doesn't mention give or withhold consent on medical treatment. So I don't want to lose that by adding this. I'm fine with the new language, that part needs to be preserved.
Okay, so the chair would entertain an amendment to add the language and are able to give or withhold consent for any, well, okay. How about, sorry, what if we just deleted, like kept all the original language, so don't delete anything in red, and then just don't use the next, ensure that Texas has to have medical freedom and change it to and. Okay. All right, someone made sense of what I just said, right? Okay, all right, so is that acceptable to the amendment's author?
As soon as I can see it up on the screen.
Okay. Okay. So make everything in red, back in black, and then you'll take out you'll take out from the added text. Ensure that scroll down so I can see it. Okay. So it's going to go, comma, and are not discriminated against, like after without coercion. So without coercion, comma, and are not discriminated against, yada, yada, yada. Well, yeah, I mean, and then you'll just use the rest of that. So discriminated against based on vaccines, that's like the whole rest of the thing. Yep. Okay, is that amended language acceptable to the body? All right, hearing no objection,
Yes, I would suggest dropping the word vaccine before status. So then it's based on status, which could be vaccine, it could be something else.
do you want to make that motion?
Yes, I am making that motion.
All right, is that seconded? It is not seconded. And I would just say that may make it too specific. The question has been called on this amendment. Any objection to moving into a vote? Hearing none, we'll move into a vote on this item. All in favor of the yellow text, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
I have an amendment.
State your amendment.
At the request of Terry Hall, the proponent of the anti-kill switch policy, I offer the following amendment. I move to strike the first sentence in its entirety and substitute in its place, lawmakers must take action immediately to protect drivers from the government-mandated remote kill switches that must be in every vehicle starting in 2026 to prevent this unconstitutional surveillance of drivers and the weaponization of this technology against Texas drivers.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second.
May I comment on it?
Can you read it one more time? He wasn't able to type it all.
Then I take it up there to him so that he can type it all.
All right, we have 15 minutes left.
Yeah, may I speak to this while they're getting it, because it's on what's being removed.
May I comment while it's being transcribed?
Well, no, we don't have a second yet.
Sorry, we don't have a second? Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to second it? Loretta, do you want to second it? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
State your point.
Are we going to have to rank these again at the end of this?
Yes, we are. We are going to have to do that, and we're going to have to look at titles. Okay. All right. Is there a second? Final call. I'll second. All right. This has been seconded. Can you speak to your motion?
The purpose of I'm having trouble with my hearing aids. The purpose of the amendment is provide clarity for the delegates on the floor as to the urgency of the anti-kill switch, and the rest will be taken care of later. And I would also subsequently offer an amendment to the title, parenthetically, stop federal overreach.
That's outside the scope of the amendment. Michael is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I call the question on both the amendment and the plank.
Okay, a question has been called on the amendment and the overall priority. Is there any more discussion? Or no, sorry, is there any objection to calling the question?
Objection.
Okay, objections have been made. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. So we'll go into a vote on the amendment, and then we'll go into a vote on the priority. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, we're back to the original priority language. All in favor of the priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes. The next priority is, let me scroll down my report. We've got 3 left, and we've got 13 minutes. Financial freedom. Is there any discussion on financial freedom? Hearing none, we will take a vote on the financial freedom priority. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, next priority is equal parenting. Debbie.
I move that we remove this narrow item from the plank and replace it with rein-in executive emergency powers that we had on the original list.
Okay, a motion has been made to remove this priority and replace it with a priority called rein-in. Is that the text? Rein-in emergency executive powers.
The original motion was checks and balance. I don't know if you wrote it down.
Okay, is this the correct language?
Yes, it was.
Okay, that has been seconded. So I'll recognize Robert, then Don, then Davis.
Can I just speak real quick to my motion?
You may.
I'll make it really quick. I think that it may be it's just too narrow focused where we're at as a country. It affects a small portion of people where the emergency overreach affects all citizens in Texas.
All right, Robert. Yes. No, it shouldn't. That should be on the next page. Don.
Equal parenting has been fought for a long time. I think it deserves to be there. And I got to tell you, rein in executive powers, this is probably the most heavily litigated issue at the Fifth Circuit. There's nothing that we're going to add here that is going to do anything to the lawyers fighting with Governor Abbott over this issue.
All right, Rolando.
The family and parenting children is not a narrow issue.
Davis.
Yeah, we need to keep the parenting deal in there, but my main problem with doing this is Governor Abbott had no freaking constitutional authority to do all the stuff that he did because it's in the Texas Constitution. I think it's Section 2, Article 10 or something like that, if memory serves me correctly. Nobody called him on the carpet about it, but all this does is legitimize what he didn't have the authority to do in the first place, and this would just add to that we're giving him authority he never had in the first place. So let's not go there.
Christie.
I just want to ask for clarification. Are we saying here that reining in executive emergency powers of the state government is important, yet we just voted down Texit, which would give us potential ability to rein in executive powers of the federal government?
The chair is not advised.
And that we're going to replace equal parenting with this initiative.
Spencer.
I'd like to call the question and urge that we vote this down, please.
All right, a motion has been made to call the question. And is there any objection to moving to a vote on this amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of replacing the language in red with the language in yellow, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. That fails. Any further? Robert.
On the equal parenting, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
So after the word parenting, I'd like to say, comma, including possession and access.
Is that in the, okay, parenting after 50-50?
Yes.
Okay, parenting, comma, including possession and access.
Comma.
Comma. Do you want to change the word possession to custody?
Yes, I'll accept.
Okay, that custody and access. Is there any, first of all, is it seconded? All right, it's been seconded. Any discussion on this amendment?
I support this amendment.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, we're back to discussion on the priority. All, Michael. Oh, no, it'd be the other way. Yeah, able. Yeah, not Canaan, not Cain and Abel. Okay, Peyton.
Go Navy.
Huh? No. Question has been called. All in favor, any objection to moving to a vote on this priority? There is none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Nay. All right, that passes. The final priority is Don't Gamble Texas Future. Rick?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, say your, yes.
So point of information, I think you still have to call, I think you still have to pass the legislative priority. I think you just called the question.
I think we just did, but if we want to take one more vote
That's
just
fine.
to make sure we can. All in favor of passing the equal parenting priority, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, it passes. Rick, you're going to make a motion on Don't Gamble Texas Future.
I move to strike this in its entirety. We're calling on the legislature to do nothing. Talk about an easy ask. We've got a constitutional prohibition.
Okay, the motion hasn't been seconded, and so you're debating. Is there a second? There is no second. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Call the question.
All right, question has been called. Is there any objection to moving to a vote on this priority? Hearing none, we will now take a vote. All in favor of this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, the priority passes, so we have 15 priorities. Are you going to make a motion on titles?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a motion on
to
the
the list.
educational freedom title.
Okay. Before we do that, let's go ahead and get the survey sent out so that people can start working on it while we do this motion. And once again,
Scott?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we don't even bother with the survey. We just keep the order that it is currently in to the body. The body's going to make that determination as to what the real order of the 8 priorities are.
second the motion.
Okay, a motion has been made to just keep the order as is. That has been seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Yes. Henry.
Due to the testimony that we've had here, some of us may have changed our minds on positions where we want these things.
Okay. Is there any further debate? Julie.
I also disagree with the motion because I believe we should be able to reorder as we've been moved to do so.
All right. Is Paul?
As long as the chairman doesn't say this is a priority order in your presentation.
So the priority, the report will stand as it is. I'll go through them in order.
No, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. It's order. You just
Okay.
understand it could be any random order.
Johan.
We've heard a lot of public testimony. We have been, stood before our Senate districts and had interaction with our SD delegates. I think it's appropriate for us to rank these again.
All right. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, the survey is ready and sent to you.
Okay, it's sent to me. Can you just reply all to one of the early, or actually, no, don't do that because we have a new person to send it to. Or no, do that. Just reply all to one of the survey emails I've done before, and then I'll forward it to our new committee member.
Scott,
Yes,
point of information.
state your point.
I'd like to advise that a minority report will be filed. What is the procedure to file a minority report?
While y'all are filling out your survey, okay, let's get to the end of this motion, then I'll speak to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, is there any further debate on the motion to just keep the order as is? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, that fails. So go ahead and start filling out your surveys. I'm going to answer the committee members' point of parliamentary inquiry before we take another. Well, before we take another motion. So I'm just going to
Point of inquiry.
Huh?
Is the ability to amend a title still open?
Yes.
On the Let Texas Be Texas title, I would move that it be.
Well, yeah, we're gonna go to his motion first because he already made it, and then we'll go to yours.
Okay. I asked if it was in order.
All right, I will read rule number 24 for the delegate. At any convention other than a precinct convention, a minority report of a committee shall be presented to the convention if a committee member has notified the committee chairman of the intent to file a minority report before the committee adjourns, and if it has been reduced to writing and signed by not less than 2 or 20% of the members of such committee, whichever is greater. So for this committee, 20% would be 7. And presented to the chairman of the committee or the convention secretary not later than 30 minutes after the committee adjourns. The committee members, so that would be 10:30 p.m. The committee members signing the minority report shall designate the member to present the minority report to the convention, and the convention chairman shall permit that member to present the minority report to the convention, and that member shall be permitted to move the implementing motion. In a state convention, if a committee chairman has been notified of a potential minority report before adjournment and does not remain in the committee room for 30 minutes following adjournment, then the minority report may be presented to the convention secretary during the convention, but before the presentation of the Rules Committee report. So what that means is that after we adjourn, I will stay in this room for 30 more minutes. During that time, you can bring in a minority report. If you don't, there is no minority report. Unless I don't stay in the room for 30 minutes to let you do that, in which case you could present it to the convention secretary. Or you could present it to the convention secretary within 30 minutes. Robert, your motion.
Motion to amend the educational freedom title so it says school choice and educational freedom.
Okay, a motion has been made to amend the educational freedom title to school choice and educational freedom. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
That's been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, that passed. About 6 of y'all voted that
I have
passed.
a motion.
Rick.
I move to amend the title on Let Texas Run Texas after those words parenthetically end federal overreach.
Okay, a motion has been made to add in parentheses and federal overreach to the end of the Let Texas Run Texas priority. Is there a second? Second. All right, that has been seconded by Christy Ratliff. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Dr. Mladi?
I think we should just replace it with that.
All right, would you like to amend the amendment?
Yep.
All right.
Motion
Robert?
to amend.
Okay, motion to amend.
So
Let Texas Be Texas to just
and
federal overreach. Is there, and that's seconded? Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Spencer?
I would just like to add that it's not only federal overreach that's being addressed in that, so I would oppose this change.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment to the amendment, which would have the effect of changing it from adding a parenthetical to a wholesale replacement, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passed because only about 5 of y'all voted. Okay. All in favor of changing the title to End Federal Overreach from Let Texas Run Texas, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. I think that failed. Division. Okay. All in favor, please stand. You can raise your hand if you need to. Okay, we are wholesale replacement of the title to End Federal Overreach. All right.
Say it again.
Okay, it would be changing the title from Let Texas Run Texas to End Federal Overreach. Yeah, okay. Keep standing. 1, 2. Okay, I got 16. All opposed? Yeah, 16 is more than half, so it wins. That's the title. All right. Are there any further motions to amend titles? Hearing none, we will wait for the results of the survey. Are we missing anybody? Okay. Keep working. I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast while y'all work, and when I get back, I hope everybody's done. I was trying to get that out of the way before the 30 minutes, but you're probably right. Because really, it's going to be 10:33 or whenever we adjourn. So, yeah. Yep, I do.
Scott?
Yes.
Can I make a motion
Make your motion.
to adjourn?
Not yet. We've got, you can think of having the survey app as having a motion pending while people are voting. So we're in the middle of a vote right now from a parliamentary perspective. If you've sent your survey and you really need to go, as long as we have your survey, you can go.
You do have my survey. I just want to be on the record. I just made the motion.
Okay. All right. When the time is right, I will recognize the committeeman from Senate District 13 to make the adjournment motion because he asked first. How many are we missing? All right, so without objection, we will adopt a motion that the order that comes out of the survey will be the final order. Still need to do that. All right, that's moved without objection.
So moved.
All right. All right, and one final motion. Jeff, can you make the motion about making edits?
Sorry?
Can you make the motion about making changes?
Oh, yes, I move that we allow the chair to make any non-substantive grammatical changes necessary after adjournment.
Seconded.
All right, a motion has been made to allow the chair to make any. A motion has been made to allow the chair to make any non-substantive grammatical changes that are necessary after adjournment, and that has been seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes unanimously. And we're still waiting on, Paul.
I'd like to suggest to the chairman to see if we can have the legislative priorities voted on before the platform.
They will be.
Thank you.
I'm advised the order is rules, then legislative priorities, then I think it's chair votes, then platform. Rick?
In last convention, the time allotted to vote on the platform was entirely inadequate. It was impossible to actually read the headers before voting, which literally encouraged taking your pen and doing this. I would request that you ask the chairman to allow an adequate time to read and vote.
I will do that. Janera?
Normally we have a group picture at the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Can someone take the picture?
Scott, point of information.
Yes.
What day are we going to vote? Is it Friday or Saturday they're going to vote on this?
We are going to vote on this Friday morning in about 12 hours.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, can someone who has the official, like, a somewhat official camera have, okay. All right, all members of the committee, if we could gather over here to take the picture. I think this would is this the best place, or is there a better place?
Scott, I'm waiting on 17 and 23.
Okay, we are waiting on Senate District 17 and 23 to finish their surveys, so we'll wait until they're done to take the picture. Well, 23 is a little unfair because she got hers late. Yeah. Did you send it?
There's 23 and 17.
Come on up then, Amy. Henry. I saw. It was like, Scott and I holding the line. Right. Assistant code of the suit. I think I actually held the line. Okay. Yeah, just surprised we never got it. Good. On that, yeah. On that, yeah.
Communications guy, take a picture. James, take a picture. Communications guy.
All right.
I don't know how we do this here.
All right.
Yeah, come right here.
I think we all need to scoot a little bit because the podium's in the way.
Everybody move that way. Everyone scoot to the right. Well, take one step to the right. Everyone scoot.
All right. Oh, thank you. Good job. Thank you so much for. I think they're going to send it back to me. Yeah.
wasn't that big.
Yeah, you were. You made some good points, especially in the first couple days. You did. All right. Okay. So the minority report has been. I still have to stick around for the 30 minutes just in case there are any others, but I've got it. Is this the final ranking? Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Okay.
All right, I guess, Chair, while you have a quorum, you need to adjourn.
All right. The motion to adjourn is out of order because Don Hooper already made the motion to adjourn.
And it was properly seconded.
Yeah, and it is properly seconded. So the motion has been made to adjourn, and it is seconded. And all in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Thank you guys so much for your hard work and for getting through this. It's been an honor, truly. But stick around to see what the final ranking is. This was presented. Yeah. It's going to be. By the way, the chair will advise that the time for adjournment was 10:11 p.m. 10:11 p.m. Yes, we will. So one of them will have to. And so I believe you were essentially, the way to think about it is like you were making an amendment to. So I'm going to present